If everyone could get a seat, please. We could all get a seat, please. Thank you. Senator Jackson. All right, we're going to get started. Evidently, somebody said something important is going on here today. I can't imagine what that is, Senator McCray. All right, so here's the order for today. 726, 760, 809, 792, 805, 806, 723, 724, 729, 797, 797, 761, 791, 796, 800, 803, 831, 755, and I can tell you after the beginning of it, it's subject to change. But that's where it is at the moment. Okay, we have a traditional 2.5 minute limit for comments. We usually let the Senator McCray, you can go on. Let the sponsor take the time they need. We usually give a little extra time for elected officials who've traveled here for this purpose, but just note how many there are of you. And if it's under 2.5 minutes, that would be great. Just saying. Senator McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Corey McCray, Senator for the 45th Legislative District, and I come to you on a very important issue, our highway user revenue, Senate Bill 726. I think that I should be shortened to the point because we do have a number of elected officials that can explain this very, very well in reference to how it impacts our local counties, our city, our municipalities, in reference to how we address the issues of our roads, our bridges, and everything else from a highway user revenue. Mr. Chair, it goes without saying that you look at the co-sponsor list, majority of our body has co-sponsored this bill, majority in a bipartisan way, because we need to address these issues, these long-standing issues that have been going on for more than a decade at this point, and making sure that the revenue increases, or I should say restoration, happens back with our respective jurisdictions. Mr. Chair, the resounding number that I just want to leave folks with, when we think about the city, that's about $1 billion since that time. When we first had the highway user revenue where we were looking for that restoration, but as a state looking at about $4.5 billion from a cumulative standpoint in reference to what we could be doing in addressing our respective issues. Mr. Chair, I say thank you for the opportunity. I've never been in a room where I've had this many high-powered, star-studded individuals at one time, but I am thankful for their leadership, because this is not just for the good of the state of Maryland, but for our respective jurisdictions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the committee for allowing me to testify, and I hope that you'll vote favorable in reference to Senate Bill 726. Thank you again.
Very good. Thank you very much, and We do appreciate you all being here. Did you have a panel or initial panel?
I got a whole big panel.
Okay. A big, concise panel.
Big,
Right.
concise panel.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair, you're gonna get me in trouble, seriously. The panel, I'll start with my mayor. I'll also have the Honorable Johnny Olszewski. I see that County Executive also Brooks is there, but like I said, you could really get me in trouble because it's a lot of folks in there. I see the Easter
I
Shore.
mean,
Jake
do you have
Day.
essentially,
Yep,
okay.
yep.
I'll tell you what, I'm fine if
Oh
you,
my
the first
God.
group wants to just come up,
Frederick.
county executives want to come up, mayor, and you can just follow, just fill in as you go. How's that?
That's perfect. Perfect.
Yep. Just keep filling in.
Ladies first.
Wow. All right, good afternoon, everyone. To Chair Gazzoni and,
Good
of
to
course,
see you.
Vice Chair Rosapep, so glad to see you. I have to always say how glad I am to see Senators Griffith and Jackson as well. I want to thank you all for allowing me to testify and for considering what is a very important piece of legislation. And I want you to know that highway user revenue funds, roads, bridges, and that this, of course, has become, as you've seen here today, a very important issue, not only to our jurisdiction, but to all across the state of Maryland. As you well know, due to cuts during the Great Recession that occurred over 1 decade ago, counties across the state have lost out on over $4.5 billion in revenue from fiscal year 2007 to FY 2023. Prince George's County has experienced one of the highest cumulative losses in the state during this period, about $381 million. This has put strain on local budgets, and if we had this money over the last decade, we could have doubled the amount of roadways we were able to resurface or build and repair more sidewalks throughout our county. If we don't address this issue right now, our local budgets will be further strained as we continue dealing with the effects of COVID-19. That includes education funding mandates and other state obligations. We know from the passage of last year's bipartisan infrastructure law that funding infrastructure programs to repair roads and bridges is very popular across the country and also right here in Maryland. Our constituents expect us to be good stewards of their tax dollars, and this bill will provide a solution to help us restore state dollars to fund our roads and bridges across the state, while giving us more flexibility to put millions of local dollars back into programs that our residents want and deserve. For those reasons and many more, we ask the members of this Senate committee to support the passage of this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. It's nice to see you all this afternoon. I'm Frederick County Executive Jan Gardner, and I really want to thank Senator McCray for his leadership on this legislation. I have provided written testimony that makes the case for the full restoration of highway user revenue to counties, who have the lion's share of the responsibility to maintain the roads that crisscross our state. In Frederick County, we are responsible for about 1,300 miles of centerline roadway, which means that if the county merely had one-lane roads, this would be 2,600 miles of roads, but some of our roads are four-lane roads, so it's even more than that. So to put that responsibility into some context, the miles of roads we maintain are the equivalent to the miles of roadway you would travel in order to go from the State House here in Annapolis all the way to Los Angeles. Likely with a few hundred miles of road to spare so that you can get off the highway to get some shut-eye or something to eat. I'm not sure how many bridges you would traverse on that trip across the country, but in Frederick County, we maintain over 400 bridges. The cumulative loss to Frederick County of these funds since fiscal year 2007 totals about $173 million, which has resulted in the need for us to defer projects that are certainly critical to our county residents in terms of their access to resources and services and to their quality of life. And they're integral to our county's economic vitality as well. We've delayed some improvements to a busy artery called Gas House Pike, to Boyers Mill Road, and to some others. And we're forced to make lower cost interim repairs to a bridge project on this road so that we could defer full replacement. I'm very appreciative of the emergency appropriation in 2018 to fund infrastructure needs, and now for full restoration of highway user revenues to local governments will ensure that we are able to provide safer and more modern public infrastructure to better serve our communities and to support our economic development. So I ask for your favorable support for this bill, and thank you for hearing from us today.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosapep, members of the committee. I want to thank you, Senator McCray, for taking on and leading on this important issue, and for many of you who have already signed on and expressed your support for this initiative, because local government is literally where the rubber hits the road, and this is a big way to help us fix our roads. As has been said, back in 2007, the allocation for highway user revenues were significantly slashed, nearly 90%. Full disclosure, I was serving in the legislature alongside many of you when we made that decision. And I will say, at that time, there were good reasons for us to have to do that. However, it's a decade later, and that funding remains unrestored. And so it's our hope that this is the year to do it, particularly with the resources before all of us. We think now is the time to address the gap in funding that in any given year for Baltimore County means a $33.6 million shortfall, cumulatively over $500 million since 2007. And we certainly have done our best to make up that shortfall, but the truth is our ability to do so is limited, especially as residents are also demanding, as you all are well aware, that we also address other critical infrastructure needs, whether it's our schools, our recreation and parks, our libraries, public safety, and the environment. So I want to just thank you all in advance for your support of Senate Bill 726. It really will make a transformative difference for Baltimore County, all of our counties, and our local municipalities as well. So thank you in advance for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Good afternoon. Thank you to my senator, Senator McCray, for putting in this important legislation. I am Mayor Brandon Scott, here in full support of Senate Bill 726, and I will take what my colleague from the Baltimore County said and say local government is where the asphalt meets the road. And what we are talking about here is restoring highway user revenue funds to allow us to do more of that. We know that this was cut for good reason during the Great Recession, and for us in Baltimore City, we have been the most negatively impacted. We have historically received the largest share of these funds because we are the only jurisdiction that maintain all of our roads within our jurisdiction. Since 2007, this has meant a cumulative loss of more than $900 million in revenue to desperately that we need to reinvest into our aging infrastructure. That means crumbling roads, unfilled potholes, unsafe bridges, and many other bad driving conditions and terrible infrastructure. With the recent passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the restoration of HUR allocation to local governments is critical due to the need for matching funds to tap federal infrastructure dollars, providing the City of Baltimore and all of my colleagues with the necessary resources to invest in our infrastructure that we know we all need, every day, each and every day, that is crumbling across our state. And with that, I will end my testimony, Mr. Chair, in 1 minute and 57 seconds and say I urge favorable report on this important legislation.
Very good. We have to double your money now. All right. If you want to just rotate out, yeah. You guys can just keep coming up.
We've got a lot of counties.
We do. Mr. Executive. Good to see you.
Let me go first and then you. Should I jump in?
Please.
All right, Stuart Pittman, Arundel County Executive. Welcome to our county. We want to make sure that the roads are good as you all come in and out during session.
I got this street out on the Bladen right.
Yeah, you got a few, just text me with all of your requests. But it's thrilling to see that all of our best senators in our county are co-sponsoring this, and most of the best senators in the state are co-sponsoring this bill. Senator Alfrith and Rosapep. Our numbers look pretty bad too. We were at 32 million in 2007 from highway user revenues, dropped down to 6 million in 2018. up to about 9 million, but it could drop off again if you don't pass this bill. So we've lost about 370 million. And I was at a town hall last night, Crofton area along Route 3 there. There are a lot of needs, and it was about traffic. And traffic is really the number one complaint that I hear about in my county, and it's what we need to be able to move forward. So we have a great Move Anne Arundel traffic and transportation plan. We want to get cars off the road, but we still have cars off the road, and we will on the road, and we will for some time, and we need to be able to keep our roads up to par. So it's simple, it's straightforward. Let's get back to what we had for so many years in this state, which is a great allocation of highway user revenues to counties and state. We want our share back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, greetings from Harford County. Senator McCray, thank you. It's good to be back in the Senate this year, and good to see everyone. Harford County fully supports Senate Bill 726. Now, coming from the country, I'll put a little spin on local government hits where the asphalt does. On country roads, it's where the tar and chip hits the tire, because many of our roads are tar and chipped. In fact, our conversion to asphalt had to stop in 2009 because we lost so much funding through the HUR. Harford County lost about $150 million. And so we've basically been maintaining tar and chip since that time. Our resurfacing has been limited and been using some general fund dollars and other ways to make up the difference. So I can tell you that it's a statewide problem, because tar and chip requires a lot of maintenance, and we are better off if we can invest in asphalt and bring those roads up to standard. It's good for the environment, it's good for traffic safety, and it's jobs for folks that do it. So, Mr. Chairman, we fully support the bill, and thank you for your attention to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did my colleague just say he's from the country? Because I'm pretty sure I've got a ringer on that one. Mr. Chair and friends on this committee, thank you for the opportunity to come before you. I am Laura Price, President of the Maryland Association of Counties and member of the Talbot County Council, in strong support of SB 726. And most of you are very familiar with this issue, and you are hearing from my colleagues and testifying in favor of full restoration of the highway user revenues throughout this hearing, and I would like to make a few points as well. Although local governments are still on a starvation budget for their own local roads, county residents still pay their share at the pump, and they fully expect their gas tax to pay for filling potholes and maintaining local roads. But it doesn't have to be this way. This is the year to fix it, to restore what was previously funded for 40 years at 30%. These are critical dollars for local governments who maintain 83% of our state's road miles. That's 5 out of every 6 road miles. In my home county of Talbot, we had been receiving over $3 million and then received a low of $160,000. We have a cumulative loss of $34 million. And while I don't have as many zeros at the end of my budget as the county executives you've heard from, it still has the same impact. While our county does appreciate the slight increase in 2018, we're still only receiving 20% of what we did before the cuts. To be clear, there's no new funds or taxes at play here, just the right allocation of existing resources to correct the diversion of funds from their intended purpose during the very difficult recession-driven budget years. What does that mean for every county? We've had to delay critical safety projects and defer maintenance. We struggle to fund the services that our citizens expect, with significantly less tax dollars coming in. And on top of it, we lost millions in roads funding. So we had to use our general tax revenues to fix our roads. And often we had to choose. Do we give extra support to our schools? Can we afford to hire more deputies to protect us? Can we afford to hire another paramedic to save a life? Or do we fund a roadway project to keep us all safe? Those were impossible choices over the last 10 years. So your partners in local government are ready to get back to work, but we need your help. I urge a favorable report on SB 726, and I too want to thank Senator McCray for sponsoring this very important legislation, which will undoubtedly benefit our shared constituents and communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chairman Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosapep, thank you. Mayor Jake Dave Salisbury, I'm here in my capacity as President of the Maryland Municipal League. Always a little nerve-wracking to testify in front of my senator, Senator Eckert, but I'm honored to be here with you today. So this is a bipartisan bill. It's simple and it's straightforward, and it's an easy read. Sponsored by more than half the state Senate, under the leadership or with the leadership of Senator McCray. I'm grateful to him and the 26 senators that signed on as co-sponsors. Critically, Maryland's counties, cities, and towns stand fully arm in arm, united on this legislation. As noted in the fiscal note, it's imperative, I think, that we understand what this bill does and doesn't do. What it does not do is affect overall transportation trust fund expenditures. It doesn't affect revenues. It doesn't affect our small businesses. But what it does do is keep our roads paved by empowering counties and municipalities across the state. Local share of the highway user revenue is updated to a more equitable, effective, and efficient in service to Marylanders across our state. Specifically, under current law, Baltimore City receives only 7.7% of highway user revenues. That will grow to 12%. Under current law, our counties receive only 1.5% of highway user revenues. That will grow to 15%. And finally, under current law, 157 municipalities across our state who receive only 0.4% of highway user revenues will see their share grow to 2.6%. In the room today, we've got a number of mayors, we've got obviously county executives, county commissioners, council members, leaders from the communities around our state. But what I want to close with is this is about restoring a promise, not to any of us, but restoring a promise to the ratepayers, the payers at the pump, our citizens. Each of them was under the impression that their dollars were going to fund maintenance on all roads in our state. And I think we can restore that promise today. And I encourage a favorable report on Senate Bill 726.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies first.
Good afternoon. I don't know if I'm the only non-elected official, but I'm here representing Caroline County Commissioner's Office, and to my right I have County Commissioner Wilbur Levingood. So good afternoon, Chairman Gazzoni and Vice Chair Rosapep and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Kaylee Leager, and I'm the Executive Assistant to the Caroline County Commissioners. I'm here testifying in favor of Senate Bill 726. Caroline County is just one county out of the many in this state that have been negatively impacted by the 90% revenue share cuts that took place over 12 years ago. In fact, the 23 county share of funds plummeted from nearly $300 million in 2007 to $40 million in 2018. When this occurred, Caroline County had to cut funding from other county departments to keep the Department of Public Works, who maintains the county roads within the county, up and running. Since the cut, the county has had the inability to convert 152 lane miles of dirt roads. Yes, Caroline County still has 152 lane miles of dirt roads to tar and chip. 2 bridges were unable to be replaced, and the county was unable to keep employee compensation to the industry standards, which has made retention and recruitment virtually impossible. As many counties have, Caroline has had to put projects on the back burner, such as tree trimming, line striping, and sign replacement on our roads. Caroline County's Department of Public Works maintains 72.6% of the road systems within Caroline County. The county is responsible for 954 lane miles of roads, and the state is only responsible for 361 lane miles within our county. Most of the responsibility lies heavily on the shoulders of Caroline County, but we still receive minimal compensation from the highway user revenue funds. We want to ensure that our roads are safe for our children, our farmers, our commuters, and our citizens, not only of Caroline County, but of the state as they come to visit Caroline County. In closing, the Caroline County Commissioners urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 726. Thank you for your time.
You're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. Senator McCray, I thank you for your support and leadership on this bill. And to the chairman, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Todd Morgan. I'm a county commissioner from St. Mary's County. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 726. I've been a commissioner now in St. Mary's County since 2010, and during that period, we've endured through many hardships related to the decrease in highway user revenue. Failing infrastructure seems to be a recurring theme, not only in Maryland, but nationwide. In 2009, we received $6.8 million, our share of user revenue. In 2010, when I came into office, that went up to $325,000. I was a little bit shocked trying to figure out how you do a budget the first year with that. In this year's budget, we're scheduled to receive approximately $1.9 million. On a linear projection, we're $5 million short annually, but over the years, the math of that, the rate of inflation puts us about $75 million short on our highway user revenue receipts. Our county has approximately 1,300 miles of roads to maintain. Many of these are in rural areas. Each year, we continue to allocate more to roads. It includes overlays, resurfacing, and yeah, we got tar and chip too, operating costs, snow removal, debt payments, and this comes out of our general fund. And next year, we're allocating over $22 million alone for these costs. If we had our way and we had the money, we'd probably need another $10 to $15 million just to keep up with things to meet our growing county demands. However, we can't keep increasing taxes to cover these costs, societal costs, and other unfunded requirements that gets legislated here in Annapolis. With oil prices surging to record highs, labor costs increasing, and supply shortages, we don't think this money will go as far as it has in the past. We're judicious in its allocation to ensure our citizens are taken care of. As stated, we are a rural county. Over 70% of our citizens reside and work in St. Mary's County. We don't have public transportation. We are a county-oriented, car-oriented county. It's now time to restore highway user revenues to the counties where they rightly belong. I, like many testifying here before us, encourage a strong and favorable report to Senate Bill 726, and thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, good afternoon. Senator McCray, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm Carroll County Commissioner Steve Wance, also on the board at MACO. This critical funding was stripped from us beginning in 2007, and in Carroll County, this created a devastating hole, growing worse over the last years, forcing us to divert funds from other critical areas. To put it in perspective, Carroll in 2007 received $14.4 million. In FY 2023, we are at $5 million, for a difference of $9.4 million. Our cumulative loss is an astounding $151 million. Carroll County has 988 miles of roadway to maintain, including many unpaved areas as well. And in addition, this is an interesting point, MDOT and SHA and our county have swapped several roadways over the last several years, where we are assuming maintenance and ownership of previous state-owned roadways, and these agreements were based on the HUR funds at the time with the expectation that those dollars would continue. Pavement preservation creates significant and challenging funding methods just to keep up, and now add current cost of engineering and materials. As a note here, liquid asphalt has increased $60 per ton since January. The difficulties continue. Even after we lost the revenue, we continue to do our road work. We did not reduce our road maintenance program because we can't. We had to take funding from other areas that were intended for other critical needs, and services were sacrificed. We make hundreds of decisions to balance our budget, but clearly making up lost HUR funds means that funding for law enforcement, fire and EMS, libraries, capital improvements, maintaining all other infrastructure is suffering. And in today's world, stretching that dollar is increasingly difficult. In our current FY22 budget, our pavement maintenance program is at $21.8 million, and of that, only 1.5 comes from the state. I'm a 47-year career and volunteer firefighter, and my message has always been that we, as elected officials, should always have public safety as our #1 issue. Please partner with us, the counties, the municipalities, to fix this and restore our funding for this critical public safety issue. Safe and efficient transportation, no matter where you are in this great state of Maryland. So I, along with the many others that are here today, and can you say bipartisan, ask for a favorable report on SB 726. And again, Senator, thank you.
If I could buy just a little bit more time, I am Commissioner Levingood, Caroline County, recent past president of MACO. In 2007, I was fleet manager for Caroline County. Through the attrition of losing highway user money, you got me here. So I guess that's one positive thing. The first year I was in office, that loss of money equaled 10% of our total budget. It was tough. And we lost probably 14 employees in our Public Works Department simply because of it. Just didn't have the money. We've made changes. I've raised taxes, both income and property, to make ends meet in Caroline County. My citizens still haven't tarred and feathered me yet, and still support me. So I'm asking you all to do the right thing for us and give us our money back. Thank you all.
As the next group comes up, I'm just going to mention, I have a list here of others who I think came in attendance but aren't necessarily going to testify. Abby McNinch, Mayor of the Town of Denton. Ryan Spiegel, Council Member from the City of Gaithersburg. Michael Bibb, Commissioner of the Town of St. Michael's. Mike Benton, Mayor of the Town of North Beach. Tom Lonergan Seeger, Assistant City Manager for the City of Gaithersburg. Laura Allen, the Town Manager for the Town of Berwyn Heights. And actually, if there's any other members who aren't going to be testifying who come from a town that just would like to stand up and be recognized, why don't we do that right now? Is there anybody else out there? You can stand up, sure. Just say your name. Just say what town you're from.
Dan from the City of Westminster.
Kevin Dayhoff, Council Member, Westminster.
Amanda Feather, Council Member, Arundel County.
Gilbert Bowling, Charles County Commissioner.
Shane Moore, Queen Anne's County.
Great. Thank you all for coming. Next up. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much. Vice Senator, Senator Eckert from the Eastern Shore. My name is Lenny Pfeffer. I'm a council member from Dorchester County Council, and I come representing Dorchester County, the county council, the citizens of the county, but I'm also a member of the board of directors from ACO, and here with support with the rest of my colleagues from around the state. So I don't have a written prepared message, but I just want to give a small picture of how the highway user fund situation has affected Dorchester County. Dorchester County occupies some of the largest area of a county within the state of Maryland. We have approximately a little over 600 miles of roadway. In years back before 2008, we had approximately 40 members of employees in our highway department. After 2008, that was dropped down to, we have less than 20 now. The highway user funds have affected our roads, such as Executive Glassman was saying, we've had to switch to mostly all tar and chip. And the reason is unfortunately because of money. In our county currently right now, to have 1 mile of tar and chip done is $22,000. To have 1 mile of asphalt done is $155,000. So we can do many more miles with the tar and chip instead of the asphalt. And the numbers, I'm not saying our situation is any better or any worse, but just to give you an example of how the money has affected us. Currently, our income of income tax and property tax revenue is approximately $66 million. We take then 22 million of that as our education apportionment, which leaves us with approximately $44 million to run the rest of the county. The highway user revenues back in 2007 were a little over $4 million. 2008, they went down to about $200,000. We're currently now, after 14 years, that number has come back up to $1,026,000. So we're a quarter way there after that much time. But when you look at $4 million, to some counties it may not seem much, and I'm not saying my situation is any better or any worse, but the $4 million of highway user funds would be currently 10% of our operating budget after our education. So I strongly urge the members of the committee to vote in favor of this highway user revenue bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Odette Ramos. I am the councilwoman for the 14th District in Baltimore City. It's really wonderful to be back with you all today. I am urging your support of this legislation, and the sponsor's not here at the moment, but he does represent part of my district. So I'm grateful for his leadership and all of your support in this bill. In Baltimore, and again, I'm not going to repeat what some of my colleagues said, but I just want to let you know what's happening in Baltimore. In Baltimore, we're the hub of the state. And so a lot of people come to Baltimore to take advantage of our world-class healthcare, our cultural amenities in downtown and our neighborhoods, and also work there. So in addition to our residents paying the gas tax to be able to maintain our roads, so many people are also on our roads. In Baltimore, we're also the only jurisdiction that that has to maintain the state roads as well. So this is a really big deal. Our city council passed unanimously the other night a resolution to hopefully get you all to, and the mayor, and the governor, to pass this and fund this bill, because this is extremely important. I also want to let you know, in my testimony, I have two charts that really show the impact of that lack of funding has had on Baltimore City. Our deferred maintenance is $1.3 billion. And that's significant, especially considering that since 2007, we could have had that money had the highway user revenues not been cut. So I do appreciate your time, and I urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. I'm Greg Dodson, Council Member from North Beach and MML Vice Chair of the Legislative Committee this year. I'm here to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 726. First, we'd like to thank the sponsor, Senator Corey McCray and Delegate Carl Anderson, for introducing this bill. We know this committee have already been briefed on the highway user revenue issue with the administration's HUR bill, but that bill only removes the sunset provision. You have heard how important that is already, but we also need to fill the hole left by the budget of 2009. Since 96% of municipal highway user revenues were diverted in 2009, municipalities has lost over $365 million in transportation monies. HUR's funding funds a myriad of transportation-related projects to include, of course, road repairs, new roads construction, snow plowing, safety improvements that are critical to maintaining local transportation infrastructure. We've lost HUR funding, but the potholes keep coming, and that money has to come from somewhere. Many local governments have had to divert funds from other areas to cover these costs, but it's still not enough. So we're asking for your full support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will pass it over to Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the Chair and Vice Chair, as well as all committee members, for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Melinda Mendoza. I'm a longtime resident and the Mayor Pro Tem in the town of Comer Manor. I'm here in support of the Senate Bill 726, Highway User Revenues. Councilmember Greg Dodson is absolutely right. We don't have enough resources to meet our constituent needs. In Comer Manor, we have about 1,700 residents. In and around our town, we have flooding issues. The flooding goes into our residents' yards and homes, and in most cases, fills up our parks. Like after a rainy day like today, one of our parks can fill up with standing water that can go up to a foot or two of water that can linger for a couple of days, making it hard for our youngest residents to play in the park. We would like to manage a better stormwater structure so that we can prevent an accident or a hazard from happening. Unfortunately, we have had to postpone projects like maintaining our roads, fixing basic needs like broken curbs, bumped up sidewalks, fixing potholes, and removing snow due to the lack of funding. Just a couple of Sundays ago, we had a longtime elderly resident leave a morning church service in town. She was walking home a block over from the church to her home, and she slipped and fell due to a bumped up sidewalk. So you see, it's very important for our towns and cities here in Maryland to get the funding from the Highway User Revenue Fund so that we can be better in our municipalities. I thank all of you for hearing me out and extend my full support of SB 726, Highway User Revenue Fund. With the chair's permission, I would like to pass on to the MML's Legislative Director, Angelica Bailey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, if anybody else who was in the group who wanted to come up and testify. Oh, by the way, Senator McCray had to step out because he had to go testify in another hearing.
Thank you for allowing me to come. I was just testifying at another hearing. So good afternoon, Chairman Guzzoni, Vice Chair Rosapep, and esteemed members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. I'm Howard County Executive Calvin Ball, and it is a pleasure to be with you here this afternoon. I also have the honor of serving as MACO's first Vice President, and the restoration of highway user revenues has been a long-standing priority, as you've already heard today. I'm encouraged to know that many of you are already supportive of Senate Bill 726, including my own spectacular Senators Guy Guzzoni and Katie Fry Hester, as well as other members of our delegation. Reinvesting in infrastructure is good for the safety of our residents, the quality of life improvements, our businesses, and the long-term health of Maryland's economy overall. MACO has remained a consistent and diligent voice on behalf of every jurisdiction in our state. Additionally, I also commend Senator McCray for sponsoring this legislation for the past 2 sessions and supporting funding fairness across all Maryland counties and municipalities. Before you today are dozens of my fellow county leaders from both sides of the aisle coming together to support restoring highway user revenues, and therefore, I will be brief. Since 2007, Howard County has lost out on more than $193 million in funding to maintain our 1,200 miles of local roads, bridges, and transportation infrastructure. This significant revenue loss has meant diverting funding from otherwise critical capital projects and infrastructure needs within our county alone. As the heart of this region, reliable and accessible infrastructure is necessary as Howard County roads generate regional travel to many neighboring counties. And despite adverse impacts from COVID-19, Maryland currently has an unprecedented budget surplus. So now is the time to pass Senate Bill 726 and seize this opportunity to fully restore highway user revenues to county governments. I appreciate your partnership, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. For the record, my name is Amanda Feather, and I'm the council member for the 5th District in Arundel County, and I support this bill. Arundel County has 6,715 county-maintained roads. That equals 1,825 miles. To say that our county has a difficult time maintaining our roads since the state cut is an understatement. In the 4 years that I have served on the council, complaints of inadequate road resurfacing, potholes, deteriorating road surfaces, and aesthetically unappealing end results in communities is one of the top constituent complaints my office receives. To the credit of our Bureau of Highways, they are using the best practices and industry standards to extend the life of our roads. Our network of local roadways is on life support, and the reason is simple: a cumulative loss of over $370 million. In my time on the council, I've learned terms like cape seal, chip seal, tar and chip, microsurfacing, in my efforts to address communities frustrated with the roads they're left with, roads that should be replaced. Our county is using these techniques because of inadequate funding. The results leave community streets pebble-covered with residual aggregate that requires street sweepings, which is also funded by the county. Unfortunately, this aggregate does wash into our storm drains despite best efforts, and limits the recreational use of our roads, like children playing on their bikes in the community. Imagine living in a community where a degrading roadway, and you receive a notification that your road's going to be resurfaced by the county. The work is done, and you can't comprehend that what you're left with is the end result that was intended: a road surface that is neither smooth nor even and will take months to flatten and cure. That's what's happening all over communities in our county: Rosselair, Cape St. Clair, Pendennis Mount, Whitehurst, Cypress Creek, Peninsula Farm. I could continue to list the communities that I've personally visited who are dealing with the outcome of poorly funded infrastructure and maintenance. Our constituents do not care who does the work. They care about the safe maintenance of our roads, and we have fallen too short for too long. It's time we get our local roads off of life support and reinstate funding to our counties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, fellow committee members. My name is Gilbert Bowling, Charles County Commissioner. I'm representing the Charles County government and my fellow commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to come here today, and I don't take it lightly. I will tell you, we are in the middle of budget season, much like yourselves. And this bill came across our session this past week, and I respect you enough not to come up here and testify and take up your time unless it's something that's really important. And when this bill came across, I can tell you as a local government official that infrastructure is a big issue for local government. It's huge. Public safety, education, of course, at the top of the list, and with the mandates coming down from the blueprint, we're going to have some serious funding challenges, and we're working through them, but we could really use your help here. We have a little project going on down in Southern Maryland called the Harry Nice Mac Middleton Bridge that's getting ready to be completed, and we're anticipating double the amount of traffic coming through Charles County. And when you talk about the double the amount of traffic, can put that on top of 75% of our county, not just our county, but also you include St. Mary's and Calvert in that commute outside the county. And when you talk about those things, putting them all together, and as a local official, you have to make tough choices. And I'll keep this short and to the point. We need your help. This bill incredibly helps us. It will put money where it needs to be on the roads. I am very familiar with chip and tar. I wasn't until I got into office, but I wasn't comfortable with it. People like to see nice shiny blacktop. So when they were making a choice of a couple roads to replace, I said, put it on. They had to replace our local road where I live, and I said, put the chip and tar here, because God knows I don't want to put it in somebody else's road. Give them the new stuff. But I will tell you, it is a serious challenge for us. And I ask that you support this bill and push it through and get us the money we need to make sure public education, public safety, and transportation are fully funded in Southern Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Almost done, y'all.
All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties. Me too.
Beautiful.
Angelica Bailey on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League. One big thank you again to Senator McCray and to Delegate Anderton for putting this bill in for what we hope is the last time. You've all heard about the budget strains and the impact on local governments today. You know we need this. It's the right thing to do, and now is the right thing to do. Now is the right time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Shane Moore, Chief Road Engineer with Queen Anne's County Department of Public Works. I'm filling in for Todd Mon, who could not make it. Basically, my comments echo everything that's been said here today. I would like to add that the $68 million cut in HUR for Queen Anne's County over the past 12 years has been detrimental to our maintenance efforts. One thing not spoken here today is that Queen Anne's County, much like the other rural counties on the Eastern Shore, was prior to this 100% funded by HUR money. So the first few years was quite of an adjustment for us. We had a 5-year hiatus on any capital expenditures, no equipment, no resurfacing, and we lost about a third of our employees. And we have been working to dig out of that hole for the last 12 years. And we currently still operate at 2/3 of our maintenance staff, but we're doing the best we can. We have been lucky enough to find some one-time monies to help out, but our general fund tax dollars are basically supporting us, which has a systemic effect throughout the remainder of the county budget. And we certainly encourage supporting this, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anything from the committee? Okay, I think we have one more person. Bruce Bariano. Sweeper, right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of Queen Anne's County, on behalf of Washington County, on behalf of Ocean City, Maryland. They're clients of mine. You've heard all the evidence. You've heard all the testimony. These are friends. These are colleagues of yours. You're all family. Please do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Awesome. Okay, that concludes the hearing on our first bill. And we're going to move on. Is Senator Hayes here? Senator King, you ready? Okay. Now we'll get started. What's the slowest one? What's the easiest one on there? Okay, all right, we're going to do Senate Bill 805.
You know what, let's not do 805, because there are a lot of witnesses for that one. I mean, we'll do it later if you're in a hurry.
Yep, go ahead, do, what do you want?
Let's do 806.
Okay.
And if I have members of a panel here who want to come up and sit with me, they're welcome to do that. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, the pandemic has hit many industries, but one of the hardest hit has been childcare. Childcare providers were already experiencing workforce issues prior to the pandemic, but the pandemic highlighted these issues and caused many providers to close their doors for good. In a national survey of 7,500 providers, 8 in 10 said they were experiencing a staffing problem, and 81% of the respondents said that low wages is the main recruitment problem. It is difficult to entice people to stay in an industry or come to an industry with such a high responsibility when fast food restaurants or retail restaurants are offering higher wages and signing bonuses. Senate Bill 806 will provide some support for our child care industry by providing a $1,000 retention bonus to each individual who during FY 2024 holds a credential through the Maryland Child Care Credential Program, CCCP, a $500 new hire bonus to an individual hired during FY 2024, and commits to remaining employed as or by a provider for at least 6 months, with an additional $500 bonus if the provider becomes credentialed during FY '24. And a $500 hiring assistant bonus awarded to an employer for each individual hired during FY '24 if the provider participates in the Child Care Scholarship Program. This hiring assistant bonus can be used for advertising, licensure, and certification costs, or for paying for the first month's salary for a new employee. Childcare is a workforce issue both for the people who provide childcare and for the families who need childcare. This legislation will help retain providers and encourage individuals to enter into the childcare field, while also help to keep the cost of childcare from significant increases, and I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Who's up next?
Sure. Hi, I'm Beth Myers with SEIU Local 500. We are the collective bargaining agent for 20,000 Maryland residents, including family child care providers. We are here to speak in favor of Senate Bill H06. As you know, child care providers have been called the workforce that takes care of the workforce. And we are encouraging you to pass this bill because we believe it's a way to strengthen the child care community and strengthen all of the women who have been doing this work for the past 2 years. We know that the number of child care providers has been dropping dramatically even before the pandemic. We believe this is one way to help rebuild the industry. Also, we know that as of right now, particularly for our family child care providers, the increasing costs of food, gas, everything is leaving them in a lurch. This bill will go some ways to help them keep their heads above water and continue to providing education to Maryland's youngest residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, and the committee. And thank you to Senator King for supporting the child care industry in our state. My name is Ruthie Clater. I own Granny Annie's Child Care in Pasadena, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak here today in favor of Senate Bill 806. I'm also here representing, I represent Arundel County on the board of the Maryland State Child Care Association. Because of the regulations that keep children safe and ensure quality of care, a child care center has limited growth potential. The only way to increase revenue is to increase tuition. If we raise tuition enough to pay our teachers what they are truly worth, only the richest families could afford child care. So at my center, we keep a middle-of-the-road tuition, pay our teachers what we can, and make sure that we have the best working environment possible. We don't want them to leave for 50 cents more an hour or a $3,000 sign-on bonus with Amazon, because they will, and that is how competitive the market is for qualified staff. In the past 2 years, I have hired 5 new employees, all of whom are an excellent fit with our company, but none of them are qualified. It costs us $63 for a background check and $621 per person for all of the required training. We can only afford to pay for the trainings when the center is performing well, and right now we are operating at 60% capacity. The $500 new hire assistance proposed in this bill would be game-changing for us. Even though I have hired a handful of new teachers, we are lucky to have a lot of longtime employees too. So at my center, the retention bonus is of great interest. I asked my teachers what it would mean to them if they were given an extra $1,000. Many of them would pay off bills. One would use it for a security deposit on her first apartment, while another is saving for a down payment on a house. One of them would be able to buy his first car. One of my teachers would invest in her dream of having backyard chickens. And one of my teachers would finally get some dental work done that is not covered by her state-sponsored health insurance plan. These are things they can't pay for on their base salary, and we pay well. In 2021, 81% of our gross revenue went back out to staff salaries and benefits. Finally, here's what it means to me. For a long time, we in the child care industry have had to fight for recognition of ourselves and of the job that we do, and we've been fighting alone. Companies like McDonald's and Chipotle won't even honor us on teacher appreciation discounts. This bill not only shows that we are worthy, but also that the state recognizes that there is an issue and they are willing to help. And for that, I am very grateful. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, good afternoon. My name is Clinton McSherry. I'm the Director of Public Policy at Maryland Family Network, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak in support of SB 806. You've got my written testimony, so I'll be very brief. The quality of a child care program is directly determined by the quality of its staff. Child care programs have long struggled to hire and retain quality staff, largely due to low wages. Wages for senior staff in a child care center, for example, average $25,000 a year. Staffing shortages are a problem that the pandemic has only exacerbated. Just last week, NPR reported that in some parts of the country, Walmart is offering new hires $24 an hour. How can childcare compete? They can't right now, unfortunately. But the bonuses created by SB 806 will provide desperately needed support to a sector that promotes child development, parental employment, and our economic recovery. Childcare, I think we have to recognize this now if we haven't before. Childcare is an essential public good that deserves support from public dollars, and MFN urges your favorable consideration.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you all very much. Yeah, we're going to.
What's your pleasure?
Senator Hayes here.
Okay.
This is 760.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm
My
sorry,
apologies.
One second. Is Kevin Canale here? Okay. I think he was on the last one, but not here. Senator, thank you.
All right, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Antonio Hayes, for the record. Thank you, Chairman Gazone and members of B&T for hearing Senate Bill 760. This bill came about because we've witnessed the misuse of tax exemption laws for religious organizations throughout the country. As per Maryland Code 7204, property that is owned by religious entities may not be taxed if the property is used exclusively for public religious worship, parsonage, or covenant, or educational purposes. In Baltimore City specifically, citizens pay a significant share of taxes from which those organizations are exempt, and mostly for good reasons. My colleague, Councilman Dorsey, to my left, brought this issue to my attention and would love for him to share more in his testimony. But the intent of the current law, we believe, was exclusively for those religious institutions as they have other uses such as worship, covenant, or educational purposes. But what we found in most cases, these institutions lease out to third-party entities, oftentimes, realizing profit from those entities and then not realizing the taxes to the local jurisdictions or to the state. And we find it difficult in SDAT's interpretation of, what is currently law. We found that many organizations lease portions of their property to third-party entities for profit that is not realizing the tax revenue to the local and state. This issue is exacerbated in Baltimore City, where we have renowned nonprofit institutions in Baltimore, such as religious organizations, museums, hospitals, and universities. Though they contribute greatly to their contributions of innovation and in many cases education, the nonprofit tax exempt status results in 30% of the land in Baltimore City does not realize property tax revenue. Thus, lends us to requesting greater support from the state, as this committee is most familiar with. Therefore, it would be unfair for an organization to lease their tax exempt property and gain income regardless of the work that the leasee, as interpreted by SDAT. Senate Bill 760 protects the state from this misappropriation. It also disavows an exemption of taxes for any part of a religious entity property that is being leased to another organization. More likely than not, the rent or that leased property would exceed the property tax levied. Thus, the organization would not be financially constrained to pay its dues. Although this bill protects the states and the citizens from a necessary financial burden. You'll hear more from Councilman Dorsey from the Baltimore City Council in a minute, Mr. Chairman. I took a look briefly. We had some technical difficulties in getting access to testimony that was submitted on this behalf. I took a look at the Catholic Conference legislation. Although their testimony reflects opposition, I believe that there are some there's opportunity where we could come to like minds. And in SDAT, they also, in their testimony, note that it's ambiguous in understanding what portions would be taxable and what wouldn't be taxable. The purpose and our intention was to make sure not the property that they're using would remain non-taxable, but the portions in which they're leasing to third parties that aren't necessarily contributing to their core mission of worship would have some taxation. So I think, given the conference's testimony as well as SDAT, there is some room to tighten up some of the language, but I wanted to make sure that this committee was certain of our intention in bringing this legislation before you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 760.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Ryan Dorsey. I represent the 3rd District in Northeast Baltimore City on the City Council, and I'm glad to be here with you and Senator Hayes today. Just to kind of put an example out there, kind of what we're getting at here. We came specifically across a property where the property, if they were to pay taxes to Baltimore City, they'd be paying us about $40,000 in property taxes if they were a taxed entity. We found that they had a contract to lease out a portion of their premise for $80,000 a year, more than twice the would-be tax bill. They have more than enough means to pay the taxes to Baltimore City, gained through leasing of the property. And here's the thing that gets me, is that when I read the state code on the terms, the standards for exemption, it says worship, education, parsonage, none of which is leasing to a third party. That's not a fourth option that's listed under the state code. It's a use that is, employed for financial gain for the organization that is benefiting from tax exemption. If a congregation needs the size of property that they would lease out for well over what they would be paying in property taxes, then they probably can generate enough to pay that through their congregation. But leasing out to third parties, no matter to whom, is, I believe, outside of the spirit of the religious property tax exemption, which is that we simply want people to be able to practice that inalienable right to worship as they choose without the burden of taxation ever being the reason that they can't. But to go beyond having the capacity to worship, I believe, is an abuse of the tax exemption.
Thank you. Senator Elkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, thank you, Senator and Councilman, for briefing us on this. We've had a couple of issues with SDAT every year I've been here. Where are they on this bill?
Right. And so SDAT pretty much said that they wouldn't be able to audit it for some reason. They did ask, with their recommendation, they said that the bill is too broad to identify if we meant it would take away the entire exemption or just a portion that's being leased by a third party. And that's why I wanted to clarify that we're only talking about the part that is leased to a third party, not the entire parcel.
Can I give a further response to that? It's actually, so while SDAT is saying that they don't have the capacity to audit, it's actually SDAT that got the numbers for us at the property that I cited to you, the 80,000 and 40,000, because they audited that particular property at the request of Baltimore City. Just in the last year, Baltimore City sent SDAT a list of nearly 24 properties that had religious tax exemption, and at the request of Baltimore City, SDAT investigated them and took away the tax exempt status for more than half of them, because SDAT does have the capacity, at least on the basis of a request made by the local jurisdiction. So I believe that they actually can do this where necessary, and when they can uncover the kind of abuse that we're talking about.
Senator Roosevelt?
I get the big idea, but I'm missing the legal idea. What does the current law say?
Right. So literally, the current law says that property that is owned by a religious entity may not be taxed if the property is used exclusively for public religious worship, parsonage or covenant, or educational purposes.
Okay, so there's use language in it.
Right, correct.
But your view, and your evidence you're bringing forward, is that SDAT is not applying that the way they should.
Correct. Go ahead.
In the particular example, I think this is an illuminating detail. In the particular example that I gave, SDAT deemed that the $80,000 of rental income was acceptable within the exemption law because it happened to be that the entity that was leasing the space from them was an educational entity.
Oh.
They're an educational entity that is completely separate from the property tax exempt
In
organization.
that example, is the educational entity a nonprofit?
Yes.
I see the complexity. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Okay, I don't think there are any other witnesses on this.
No. The only other thing that I would add to what Councilman Dorsey said, the other nonprofit entity that they were leasing to has no affiliation whatsoever with the church and its responsibilities or whatever.
I got you, thank you.
Very good. Senator, you've got, oh, I'm sorry. Senator.
Thank you. And Senator, thank you for this bill. I'm intrigued by the subject matter because it's something I haven't looked at, but certainly have some interest in terms of just whether or not there's been a study. You said in your initial testimony, 30% of, the properties being owned by religious institutions. I'm just wondering if there has been, if you're aware of whether or not there's been any statewide look at this issue and I guess the difficulty in terms of applying existing law, because it sounds like there might be some enforcement issue. Did you look into that at all?
Yeah, to my knowledge, there hasn't been a study, and in talking through the legislation, I anticipated, because this is such a new issue, especially for this committee, that it might lend itself to an opportunity to take a closer look at it. But I would imagine it's exacerbated in Baltimore City because, as I said, 30% of our land is non-taxable due to all of the great institutions that we have. But I would imagine in other counties, the same thing is shared. It's just a little bit exacerbated there. But definitely, I think there needs to be, if nothing else, a closer look to see what impact this is having on state revenue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's move on to 809.
All right. 809, come on in. Almost have a quorum of the Baltimore City Council today. Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon. Chairman Gazone, members of B&T Committee. Before I get to, some of my prepared talking points, kudos to Delegate Fellmark, our colleague over in the House, who has done a yeoman's job at lifting up this issue and concern. I tell you, what caught my attention, and my enthusiasm to contact her and to serve as the cross-file was because of what I see happening in Baltimore City, what we've seen around the nation. A lot of communities are really fearful of gentrification, which leads to displacement. I think the state of Maryland years ago took the right steps to make sure that we put in place some safeguards to mitigate some of the displacement that happen when new development come. And it's represented in a homeowner's tax credit, which benefits homeowners that are low income. And so, but part of it, and one of the reasons why we brought this legislation to you today, the burden is really on the taxpayer, the homeowners, and most of the time, these homeowners, especially low income homeowners, don't have access to all of the information. And so I'm motivated, as we've seen gentrification and displacement happen in places like New York and Philadelphia and Chicago, that this is an important tool to help protect a lot of our seniors and low-income residents. And so I'll go into my written testimony. So the reasons for this decline, so Marylanders have experienced a larger drop in home ownership than the national average. The reason for this decline included property tax bills which strained homeowners' budgets and caused foreclosures and tax sales. Many of the victims were eligible for the homeowner's property tax credit, which would absolve them or greatly reduce the burden of their taxes. However, the inconvenience and barriers of a separate application make it difficult to apply for the credit, especially for a seasoned population, namely our seniors. For most citizens, their house are the only equity that they can pass on to future generations, and they spent decades paying off their mortgages. The Homeowners Property Tax Credit Program is a state-funded program that provides credits against state and local real property taxation for homeowners who qualify based on a sliding scale of property tax liability and income. Homeowners must apply to SDAT each and every year in order to be eligible for a property tax credit. Approximately 45,000 individuals receive the property tax credit each year. Many more taxpayers qualify but fail to apply. SDAT reports that the average homeowner's property tax credit is approximately $1,350. To simplify this process, Senate Bill 809 would provide an opt-out option. It would require notification of residents during their individual income tax returns of their eligibility to the tax credit. An additional form will also be supplied to apply for the tax credit at the same time that residents are filling out their tax returns. The additional form would not duplicate any information already provided in their income tax return. It would simply request information needed to complete the application. Homeowners and taxpayers are already providing an awful lot of information in their tax return. And most of that information is what's required in order to qualify for this homeowner's tax credit. So there should be no reason why we should be asking them twice for the same information that we already have as a government, especially, as I've said, our most vulnerable population. So one of the things that this bill does, it also takes a smaller population of individuals whom there would be automatic renewals. There's individuals in our community that don't earn enough income to, whereas though they're required to file a tax return. And so for those individuals that aren't required, that where their income is so low that they're not required to file a tax return, it will automatically renew, and it would be the onus on them to notify SDAT if there was any changes in income. In addition to that small population, the other population is our seniors who are 65 and older. For those seniors who are 65 and older who earn less than $60,000 total income, that's inclusive of everyone in their household, including their pension, including their Social Security, so $60,000 max. For those seniors that are 65 and older, out of respect for the longevity and the sacrifice that they made to the state of Maryland, we ask that there's an automatic renewal process. As a safeguard, the bill includes explicit direction for homeowners to immediately inform the state if their qualifying homeowner's income has changed for any reason, right? The unfortunate reality is that most homeowners' income is fixed and less than $60,000. Any surprise tax bills they receive on account of their inability to fill out a form destabilizes not only their personal finances, but also make it difficult to care for the entire family and their household. No citizen should have to be in this precarious situation. This bill will ensure that our citizens and taxpayers have greater access to benefits that this legislature and our state government has afforded to them. Essentially, what this bill does is take away, take the burden off of some of our most vulnerable citizens and making sure that they're able to access a benefit that our government has afforded to them, with one of their most prized possession being their home here in the state of Maryland. So with that, members of this committee, I urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 807.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McCray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I was going to point of privilege. I'm not sure. I walked in the middle. It looked like he got an all-star team. This is Councilman Torrance's first one, so I just wanted to make sure that I recognize him. And Councilwoman Ramos is always here, but just want to lift them up because they are from my jurisdiction. I appreciate you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. Yeah, whoever wants to go next.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Gazon and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. And the Community Development Network of Maryland is the voice for Maryland's community development sector and serves nearly 200 member organizations across the state of Maryland. And CDN has been part of this ongoing discussion for a long time now about the reform of the tax sale process in the state of Maryland. And currently, we are a part of the Baltimore City Mayor's Tax Sale Work Group in Baltimore City. And so in addition to the discussion, you have my written testimony, but in addition to this discussion, I just want to emphasize that this tax sale foreclosure has a disparate impact on minority women who are divorced and widowed in the state of Maryland, and in particular in the city of Baltimore. And we see many people falling into this situation for less than $4,000 and facing this. And so this automatic renewal would be a really important safeguard to keep this population aging in place. And I just think that we really need to think through people's over the last 2 years, but even well before that, we're seeing physical and cognitive decline. So to ask them to fill out a form each year, we notice that when people lose a spouse, they may experience some cognitive decline. They may have had a child or a niece or a nephew who can help them, but many of them find themselves isolated and are not able to keep up with the forms. So I would hope that you give Senate Bill 809 a favorable report, and that you think about the populations that are most impacted and not able to access the homeowner's tax credit. And with that, I'll turn it over to our City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Odette Ramos. I represent the 14th District in Baltimore City Council. I'm asking your favorable report of Senate Bill 809. One of the reasons that I ran for City Council after coming before you for so many years about tax sale and trying to reform tax sale is because I can continue this work in a new role. And one of the main tools to help residents avoid the predatory tax sale system is to utilize the homeowner's tax credit. And so the work that the senator has done, and of course the Ways and Means Committee has done on this bill, is important because it's trying to make sure that more people can access the homeowner's tax credit, which will keep them in their homes. So I hope that you can give us a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Please forgive me, I am just getting over a cold, but I'm honored to be here because I want to lift up the name of Mrs. Jennings, who I knocked her door, and her husband just died. In that death, they lost paperwork that then disqualified them in a timely manner to apply for this credit. And I say that because her husband died on September 15th. The application is due on October 1st. In the midst of planning for a funeral, the loss of her husband, she had to think about this tax credit and facing the fact that without this tax credit, they face tax sale. Not only did she lose her husband, she lost income. So, and I lift her name because we wouldn't have known if we got the tax sale list and we looked through it and we talked to residents about what their stories are. And today I just want to bring her story to you to say that this really impacts a real person. And I'm Councilman James Torrance. I represent the majority of the red line communities in West Baltimore. And Ms. Jennings is one of those persons who sees development in her community and does not want to be left behind. And this is an opportunity to prevent that from happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just want to welcome Councilman Torrance as well. We actually went to college together, Towson Tigers, and to no one's surprise, did student government together back in the day. But I want to thank the senator for bringing this important bill up. The committee's been thinking through kind of creative ways to provide tax relief, particularly to seniors on reduced incomes. Do we have any idea, just kind of skimming the fiscal note, it sounds like the majority of the fiscal note is comprised of new positions and some new IT in the comptroller's office, but do we know how many individuals this has the potential to impact every year?
I don't have that information. It's hard to get information from SDAT other than letters of information. And so thank you for that question. But as you've articulated, in SDAT's letter of information, the items that they articulate is, one, they recommend that they're not required to make any additional improvements or enhancements to their IT, which is just ludicrous to me. Why wouldn't you take advantage of this opportunity to benefit our taxpayers? And then the only other thing is just they are very much comfortable with putting a burden on our taxpayers and citizens versus taking on a responsibility as an agency. If nothing else, their testimony is disappointing. But I think, as policymakers, the case and examples that's been shared this afternoon are more compelling than the bureaucratic barriers that they've noted in their testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to testify on this?
Sure.
Okay.
No, we're good.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to Senate Bill 792. This is one that I have. This is I'll just sort of catch up from long overdue history, maybe. This is about off-track betting and our laws that relate to off-track betting. We really haven't changed or addressed these issues around this for probably decades. This bill does a number of things. One of the things basically allows for off-track betting in places from a zoning perspective if it's already if there's already betting going on there from video lottery or sports wagering or electronic bingo, which it wouldn't be permitted automatically now. It also for OTBs that are located in a casino or a sports betting facility, it authorizes employees to be able to accept both parimutuel and sports bets, which they're not allowed to do under current law. And let me just say, as the things go through on this bill, you'll hear, I'm sure from the testimony, that the Racing Commission and the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Commission are going to have to approve things along the way when there are changes requested, like there would be for doing both betting. There's also another provision in there about kiosks, self-service kiosks. And right now, kiosks can only accept horse betting and not sports betting. So the idea is maybe that there's a mechanism to have it all done on one machine again, or one kiosk. Again, this would be something that would go to the Racing Commission and the Lottery Commission to approve it all. And with that, we have, I think, one witness. Familiar face.
Good afternoon, Senator Gazone, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Jason Weintraub here on behalf of the Maryland Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association and Greenmount OTB in support of Senate Bill 92. I thank the chairman for introducing this bill and providing a pretty good summary of what it does. You've got a written testimony that includes a joint letter of support from the racing industry, MTHA, the Maryland Horse Breeders, the State Fair, and all the standalone OTBs in the state. Greenmount OTB is in a bar and restaurant in Hampstead, Maryland. They've had an OTB since 2018. They've recently qualified for a Class B2 sports betting license. This bill will help tremendously as they get up and running, avoid duplication of services, operational efficiencies, and things like that. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we'd request a favorable report.
Questions from anyone? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all we had on that, for that bill. So we'll move on to the next one, 797. Maryland Cash Campaign. Want to come up? This is a pretty simple bill. it really just adds additional money to what has been a $200,000 allotment. We're moving it to $500,000, so it's a $300,000 increase. I think probably everybody here is familiar with Cash Campaign. They do a lot of great work. They do work in helping to allow for individuals at lower income scales to get free tax preparation. They've got a great history of a number of people who they've been serving. This additional dollars will help them continue to serve.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Robin McKinney, the co-founder and CEO of the Cash Campaign of Maryland. Cash promotes economic advancement for low to moderate income individuals and families across the state. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for introducing this bill. More than half of the folks that we work with earn less than $20,000, with many of them earning less than $10,000. The pandemic has greatly increased decreased our capacity, increased our demand. So if you think about the tax credit expansions that happened last year at both the state level as well as the federal level, we saw record levels of people coming in to get their taxes done. Last year, just in Baltimore City alone, we got 60,000 calls, of which we could serve 5,600. And we are currently we're in a non-pandemic year, we're in 19 out of the 24 counties. This year, we're in 12 and fighting hard to make sure that those sites stay open. We're averaging about 2,000 to 3,000 calls a day for appointments. Last year, we served 15,000 people through tax preparation, which brought back $24 million in federal and state resources. We also do a lot of financial education and coaching. We saw over 14,000 people last year, despite through the pandemic. We work with a great set of partners on the ground, community action agencies, faith-based institutions, local nonprofits, lots of the groups who are working in your communities with low-income folks already. I also just wanted to also highlight that this funding is a one-to-one match request for federal funding that we receive from the IRS every year, which is a requirement that we show a one-to-one match, and this year they gave us $506,550. So we really appreciate that. Lastly, I just wanted to highlight that tax season isn't January through April anymore. We already know that the comptroller has extended the tax season to July 15th. Typically, all of our funding has been really for that traditional tax season, yet last year we didn't close our doors until October 29th, just to give our staff a little break before they had to do it again. So we're in communities across the state all year helping people to get their taxes done for free, and we appreciate a favorable report on Senate Bill 797.
Okay, any questions? Okay, that concludes the hearing on that bill. We're going to move on to Senate Bill 800. Senator Milton and the whole team. This is sales and use tax exemption. I think we know lots of people are struggling out there. I think the farm community is certainly one of them. This is kind of a quirky thing about electrical bills as it relates to farming. If you're a farmer and you have a electrical hookup to your house, you pay one rate, and if there's another rate if you have a separate hookup out by your barn or somewhere else out on your farm. And simply put, the idea is just to reduce a little bit of burden on farmers who have this sort of quirky setup where they're paying a little extra on the meter that is not attached to their home. And with that, I'll let our panel go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into my testimony, for the record, I'm Mac Middleton. I'm here today representing the Maryland Farm Bureau. I'm also part of the Cornerstone Government Affairs team based here in Annapolis. And what I'd like to do first, Mr. Chairman, is to thank you and the members of this committee for your patience and your charitable understanding of what farmers are going through these days. So I look around some of the support that you've given the farming community over the years, looking for the next generation farmers. And as a result of a lot of the work that you've done, we've seen now urban agriculture that is really emerging. We also see more women participating now in the agriculture endeavor careers. And a lot of that is due to the credit to this committee for all the work that you have done. We're here in full support of this piece of legislation. Mr. Chairman, you stated it perfectly. I'll use my own example. When I first built my house, and my dad and mom had given us 3 acres, and I was in the farming business, so I put my grain silos right near my house and ran the meter off my house. And because residential is exempt from the sales tax, the electricity sales tax, there was no tax. But then I bought the farm and expanded my operation and put electricity in a couple of my barns. And because it's not attached to my house, I pay a retail sales tax on that energy. For me, it's not a whole lot. But if you look across the agricultural sector, especially on the poultry sector, some of these poultry houses use an untold amount of electricity. And for them, it's several thousands of dollars to benefit from it. And, on the farming committee, we always preach poverty, but I want you to realize that it's one of the few industries where we buy everything retail and we sell almost everything that we do wholesale. So keep that in mind. So, Mr. Chairman, I would urge a favorable consideration, and thank you very much for your sponsorship of the bill. Would be happy to answer any questions that you may have, you or the committee may have. And it's a pleasure to be here today.
Pleasure to have you here.
Good afternoon. Oops.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Paula Linthicum, a farmer in District 14. On our farm in Laytonsville, we grow corn, wheat, and soybeans. And our family supports SB 800. We have 2 electric meters on the farm. One of them is located near our grain bins where we store our grain, and the other is located, and that's also where our farm shop is, and our other meter is located at our house. From September to January is our peak usage time, when our average electric bill is $2,000 a month. From mid-October to mid-November during fall harvest, the bill often exceeds $2,800 a month. And sadly, our peak usage falls during that higher winter usage rates. Sales and use tax deducted for us from September to January is approximately $150. While that may not seem like much, it certainly would help offset the remaining electric delivery charges that we pay that range anywhere from $500 to $1,300 a month. This exemption is very meaningful to farmers like us across the state. The Linthicum family urges a favorable report for SB 800. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the panel? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, 796. Okay, this is some more, I would call a little quirky situations that have been created over the years in our gaming world. And this one has to do with the fact in 2012, the General Assembly authorized the gaming, state lottery and gaming to create an instant lottery ticket machine program. And I guess as part of that program, these machines produce or emit a instant lottery ticket. Turns out that we didn't realize back then that there were a bunch of patents out there in the world that I guess only allowed one company to do this work. And when we went to RFP, turns out that one company showed up and that was it. To me, this was the technology has changed and advanced, and it seems to me that we as a state should be doing our best to get competitive bidding, and that being the case, all this bill really does is open up that opportunity that this new technology can be used, can be bid, and therefore we aren't reliant on this one particular company. With that, I have.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, thank you for allowing me to be here today. Erin Appel, for the record, here on behalf of Atlantic Bingo Supply Company. There is, as the chairman explained, a long history leading up to this bill, and it actually dates back to 2001 and a Maryland Court of Appeals opinion
that was issued that year that held that a machine that operated using pre-printed paper rolls of tickets was not an illegal slot machine. So it made that determination between what is and what is not an illegal slot machine. And specifically stated that a pre-printed, that because of the fact that the pre-printed paper held predetermination and it was not a game of chance, it was not an illegal slot machine. Fast forward to 2008, and this body passed legislation that superseded that Court of Appeals holding. And in passing the legislation, you all actually defined an electronic instant bingo machine as an illegal slot machine, and then went and grandfathered a certain limited number of electronic bingo operators to allow them to continue to operate in the state of Maryland. The program addressed by this bill before you was established during the special session of 2012 as part of the bill to permit a sixth casino site and also to permit table games. The program is a lottery product, and it allows halls on the Western Shore to operate up to 5 machines within their halls. The ITLM machines, instant ticket lottery machines. And the authorizing language that passed it references the antiquated Chesapeake v. Riddle case and requires the use of similarly antiquated pre-printed paper ticket machines. When the lottery issued that RFP, as the chairman stated, there was only one bidder that was deemed a responsive bidder, although there was interest from other companies. But because only one company continues to make these pre-printed paper ticket machines, they're the only company that was deemed responsive, and therefore they were awarded they received the contract award. Since that time, again, the technology has evolved. There are a lot of people, a lot of companies that make other machines that still operate using predetermination. And so this bill would simply allow for variety. It would allow for the state to get a better deal, for the veterans halls to get a better deal by opening it up and allowing, again, predetermination would still be there, but it just wouldn't be the antiquated requirement still in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we all going to testify? Yep, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. As a bingo supply distributor provides bingo gaming supplies to the veterans organizations, those are the ones that are allowed to have these machines, as you well know, and they are in commercial bingo halls. I ask you to support Senate Bill 796, instant ticket lottery machines, veterans organizations, and repeal of the pre-printed ticket requirement. My name is Larry Weinstein, and I am the president of Atlantic Bingo Supply. We are headquartered in Odenton, Maryland, and began in 1988, a long time ago. We are one of the largest distributors in the industry. This bill will remove the reference to the obsolete court holdings that exist in the current law governing Maryland Instant Ticket Lottery, or ITLM, program run by the lottery. The reference, which requires the use of devices with pre-printed tickets, effectively created a monopoly in the program for a single manufacturer. In 2012, as the General Assembly debated allowing a sixth casino location in Prince George's County, along with the introduction of table games, a significant number of members, veterans organizations, to be able to generate revenue through gaming as well. As a compromise, the legislature created the ITLM program, which provides much-needed revenue to each veterans hall on the Western Shore of Maryland by allowing the operation of the 5 machines at each place. Upon solicitation of the RFP to the ITLO program, the lottery received bids from multiple companies. However, the lottery could only find one technically responsive to do the pre-printed ticket requirement, since only one company continues to manufacture a machine utilizing this antiquated technology. The other bids were deemed technically non-responsive because of the reference to the Chesapeake v. Riddle case law. As the lottery begins weighing a new RFP on the ITLM program, this bill would allow for the use of updated device that adhere to predetermination standard required by any electronic instant bingo machine in Maryland. Adoption of this bill will provide the lottery with the ability to achieve competition in the program, thereby yielding a better financial deal for the veterans halls. The state will also provide the halls with accountability and the players with more technologically superior devices. We do not believe there is any opposition to this bill. On behalf of Atlantic Bingo Supply, I respectfully ask for your favorable report. I would also add one other thing. I do business in a lot of different states, and they have these programs with these other types of machines in other states for the vets. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Sushant Sid here on behalf of Atlantic Bingo Supply. I'm just going to be very brief, cover a couple points I don't think were made, and actually a couple of things that were in the fiscal note. Number one, this bill does not end the current contract that's currently in place with the lottery and the vendor. So there is no abrogation of that contract. We will wait until this bill speaks to nothing about that. The contract ends in 2024, and at that time, this bill will give the lottery added flexibility to procure, hopefully, in a competitive fashion. Number two, this is an existing existing program. So it does not impact any other industries whatsoever. It does not constitute an expansion of gaming. So it only serves, again, to provide the lottery added flexibility in choosing the vendor. There have been some concerns about transition costs. So if the lottery actually was to go out to bid, pick another vendor, all those transition costs can be addressed in the RFP and actually borne by the new vendor. So with that, I'll take any questions. I think everyone has covered the bill pretty well in terms of it effectively just ends a monopoly.
Senator Young?
I like the concept because I know at the American Legion that I belong to, those machines just spit paper all over the floors and they contribute nothing. But I've always been told that it was a constitutional thing that we couldn't have slot machines, and if they didn't have paper, they were considered slot machines. I know you touched that a little, but how has that changed? I mean, I'm all for it changing.
Yeah,
I just
sure.
don't know how it happens.
I think there'll be a better job of explaining than I would, but I get the concept, and I guess it can be done in a way that ensures that it's not, it's predetermined, right?
That's
And
exactly right.
That's the bottom line. That's the real linchpin, I
The
believe.
standard of predetermination
Correct.
that's still inherent in the machine, even if it's not using a pre-printed paper roll. There's still, winners and losers are in a predetermined order within that, and that order is established within the machine. So it's not a game of chance, and that, a slot machine is a game of chance, so it lacks the predetermination.
The other thing I'd like to add about the pre-printed tickets as opposed to predetermined tickets. On pre-printed tickets, the tickets are printed on a roll. If that roll goes through and it jams, the way they fix the jam is to open it up and tear off a bunch of tickets and throw them in the trash, okay? You don't know if they're winning or losing tickets.
Yep.
This also helps the integrity because the other way that it does is it sends a signal to a paperless, to a roll of blank paper that then prints the ticket. So if that ticket jams, the machine stops. There's no lost tickets.
And that happens a lot.
Yes, it does.
Well, I'm all for it. I'm just concerned about that constitutional thing that every time I brought it up somewhere else, they threw that at me.
Well, we're not expanding on any gaming. We're just
I'm not
want to bid
talking
on the same
expanding.
program.
I'm talking about the issue they said that.
I think though also this program was created in 2012 by an act of the legislature.
Yeah.
And so the legislature deemed this not to be an expansion of gaming at the time because they were using the technology that was currently allowed in place.
The law says that, correct me if I'm wrong, as long as it's a lottery product, they can do this without having to go through the whole other process.
A referendum.
Well, like I said, I'm fine. I just want to make sure we don't get caught in that. Because they're a mess, and they're not.
I know.
Senator Griffin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, so for the user, is the experience different with the upgrading of from the antiquated? Like, what looks different to someone who would visit a facility and interact with the machine?
The experience could be many different ways, from more choices of types of games to better graphics, more updated, the guts of everything. I mean, they're running on technology now that's 10 years old. You know, they made sure, the lottery made sure that when they designed these machines that they didn't look like a slot machine. It looks more like you're going to an ATM. And that was what the lottery wanted done, and that was in the RFP, which is not a problem. But you can still make them look like a better product with new games, new graphics. You know, as it sits now, if you only have one vendor and there's no competition, how much re-innovation and how much more are you gonna dump into, you know, into your product if you don't have to?
But Senator, the real question though is, this will be basically structured how the lottery wants it structured. So what the lottery wants to do, they will put in the RFP, and if they want a vanilla type product that does not resemble a slot machine, that's what they'll get. We're just asking for competition.
My seatmate and I were saying we wouldn't know one if we tripped over it, so that's what we were asking.
We'd happy to take you on a field trip.
I'd like to, yeah, site visit. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There actually is, when you talk about the paper, if the machine is set up correctly, which some of them were older technology, but the newest of engineering is when the tickets come out, they actually don't fall onto the floor, they fall into a bin, and so they don't land on the floor in most of the newer versions. They land on the floor. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, in the newer version. In the newer version, there's actually a tray that catches any paper that comes out.
Thank you, Mr.
There you
Chairman.
go.
Okay. Any other questions? It's okay. All right. I believe that concludes the testimony on
Thank
this.
you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to Senator King. He's been very patient.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if we can go to Senate Bill 805. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, last year this committee and the General Assembly passed legislation that created a refundable credit against the state income tax equal to $500 for each dependent child who is under the age of 17 and has a disability. In order to qualify for the credit, a taxpayer must have federal adjusted gross income of $6,000 or less. The legislation further required that the credit be reduced by the amount of any federal child tax credit claimed for a qualified child in the year, and that tax credit could only be claimed in tax years 2020 through 2022. The impact of COVID-19 on our families, and especially our low-income families, is not going to disappear this year. The economic instability that low-income families are facing continues to grow, and families with small children are often hit the hardest. Senate Bill 805 will build on last year's legislation. Number one, increasing the maximum federal adjusted gross income that a taxpayer can earn from $6,000 or less to $15,000 or less. Number two, expanding the credit to dependents under the age of 6 years. Number three, eliminating the requirement that the taxpayer reduce the value of the credit by the amount of the federal child tax credit claimed. And number four, removing the 2022 tax year sunset and extending the tax credit through tax year 2026. As we continue our work to help Maryland families rise out of poverty, this legislation will build on last year's work and expand resources to our most vulnerable families, and I ask for a favorable report. Mr. Chairman, I have a panel with me here today.
That's terrific. We know them all. Robin McKinney, you want to go first?
Yep, thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 805. I'm Robin McKinney, co-founder and CEO of the Cash Campaign. Cash helps low to moderate income individuals and families get their money back in the cheapest way, fastest way possible. We support the child tax credit because as we know that the work that the federal government did over the last few years, particularly this last year to help expand the child tax credit, does provide some additional resources, but it has fallen short for particularly the very low income population here in Maryland. And so some really good work was started on this last year, but there's still a need for these very, very low income folks who are raising kids. And again, raising it this year up to $15,000, which is still a very low amount of money. About 20% of the folks that we see through cash earn less than $10,000. And as you can imagine, anyone that's trying to help raise children, that's a very complex situation. I also wanted to mention that I'm here on part of a new coalition, which is called Tax Credits for Maryland Families. There's not an acronym that you will have to memorize, I promise, that we are leading with the Maryland Center on Economic Policy and CASA de Maryland. This is really important because money in families' pockets helps kids now. They know how to spend it best on the needs that they have, whether it's diapers, whether it's childcare, whatever they need now, families know how to spend it best. And by putting the money in their pocket at tax time is going to have a ripple impact on the economy and certainly help the family's bottom line. For all these reasons, we support Senate Bill 805.
Thank you. Just keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Callie Shumitz. I'm with the Maryland Center on Economic Policy. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization using research-backed policy to advance broadly shared prosperity for all Marylanders. We support this bill because it's good for families, it's good for communities, and it's good for our economy. We definitely appreciate the work of this committee and the legislature last year on starting the limited child tax credit and expanding the earned income tax credit. This would really build on that work and would be a good next step. The child tax credit is on the federal level is an incredibly effective anti-poverty tool. As we saw last year with the temporary expansion as part of the American Rescue Plan Act, there's data from the Census Bureau looking at how people use those funds, and they were really just using it to fund very basic needs, household expenses like food, clothing, rent, school expenses. Unfortunately, Congress has not renewed the expanded child tax credit, and Senate Bill 805 would help fill kind of an important gap for the very lowest income families who are left out of the child tax credit because of changes that were made in 2017. So families with income less than $2,500 are not eligible for the credit at all, and those with slightly higher income who would be covered by this legislation receive a lower credit than middle and higher income families. And I think we also see that families are still struggling to recover from the pandemic. We know that that path through economic security is not going to be over in the next year. There's the census, again, has been doing these household pulse surveys that look on a weekly basis at what families are experiencing, and households with children are still much more likely than households without children to report having trouble meeting their basic expenses in the state. So again, this is also has benefits for businesses, as people with very low incomes are more likely to quickly spend the money that they get back at tax time at businesses in their local community. So for all of these reasons, we would ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sherry?
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, good afternoon once again. My name is Clinton McSherry, and I'm the Director of Public Policy at Maryland Family Network. I appreciate this opportunity to speak in strong support of Senate Bill 805. You have my written testimony, so I'll be very brief. Poverty, especially what is often called deep poverty, has a devastating impact on families and on young children in particular. Children's physical health, social and emotional development, school readiness, and ultimate life outcomes face severe challenges. Even a modest increase in income for these families has been demonstrated by the National Institutes of Health, among others, to have significantly better outcomes for individuals and for society as a whole. Although the target population for this bill is narrow, the individual and social benefits are arguably broader than we can calculate. Maryland Family Network urges your favorable consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Leader, for bringing this piece of legislation forward. It's very important. I just want to know, the increase of $9,000 makes sense because there are folks that kind of hover from the $6,000 to under $20,000. That makes sense. I'm just trying to make sense of, so why did you say 2027?
The sunset.
Sunset, why'd you go from 2023 to 2027? I mean, are we addressing COVID only, or are we addressing folks in poverty?
Well, first of all, we had to get rid of the current sunset because the current bill, so
Yeah, I
that's the
understand that. I'm
extension
wondering why
now.
you put a sunset on it all. I'm just asking the question. If we're trying to accomplish lifting up families that are in poverty, why would we put a sunset on it?
I think when putting this thing together, we mainly just went for the whole COVID issue. And I think if we can get to 2026 here, we can always come back. But I think we need to address where we are right now with it.
Okay.
And I know I'll have your support when I come back.
You have my support now.
Senator, if I may,
Yeah,
it
go
also
ahead.
gives us the opportunity to see what might happen at the federal level. We can react to that when it happens, but it also gives us that opportunity, and I think Senator King's right. If we don't see better relief, we would love to come back and ask for your support
Look,
again.
trust me, I understand. I think, I just, sometimes, when we have the opportunity to take those bold steps, let's take them. But I'll deal with the senator in need, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions for this panel? Okay, I don't seem to have any other witnesses on this one. Is that accurate? But I do have a witness for one from before, unfortunately, while I was shuffling around, and I'll just ask them to come up. Didi Prasad? This is on 796, the one we did right before that, the instant bingo,
Okay.
or instant ticket lottery machines, excuse me. Yeah, sorry I missed you. I apologize. I've been shuffling too many papers around up here.
I'll get Senator Ganson. Good afternoon, Chairman Gazon and members of the committee. My name is Maruti Prasad, and I'm the owners of the Riverboat on the Potomac, the OTB in Charles County. We are proud to say that thanks to the work of this committee, we are now 100% minority-owned sports betting licensee in the nation. Sports betting was a strong step to bring in small and minority business and gaming industry. Senate Bill 796 presents another opportunity to do so. We are favorable with amendments that would be explained the authorization of 5 instant ticket lottery machines to off-track betting facility. Riverboat on the Potomac is no stranger to machines like this. The facility once had slot machines, and our position of river gave Colonial Beach nickname Las Vegas of the Potomac. With these machines back to Riverboat, the state of Maryland would once again bring in tax revenue from Virginia dollars. For those of you who don't know, the Riverboat building is physically located on the Potomac River in Charles County, but the front door is actually from Colonial Beach, Virginia. 90% of the guests we encounter there are from Virginia. Maryland used to have many of these little casinos that dotted the shores of the Potomac, but today we are the only building remaining since becoming the OTB. The Riverboat has been trying to restore and modernize Maryland historic gaming legacy with MBE-based approach. As we build out our sportsbook, we have even contracted several MBE, other minority-owned businesses to do the outfitting of the building. We appreciate the steps it's taking to expand the gaming industry for veterans and historically underrepresented groups. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report for the bill with amendments to include our facilities in Charles County. A copy of this testimony has been submitted. Thank you.
The last part you said, but what was the amendment that you're requesting?
Favorable to add the bill to the OTBs in the Charles County.
Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna have to, I guess, follow back up on that to see how it connects in with the ticket printing issue. But happy to do so.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Now back to Senator King on 723.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. In 2020, we passed the 21st Century Economic Fairness Act, which authorized the taxation of digital products and updated our sales and use tax to reflect the buying habits of today's economy. Based on the interpretation of that law, there were some digital products used in businesses that, although not intended to be taxed, were in fact taxed under the new law. Senate Bill 723 will provide technical corrections and as such supports the intent of the 21st Century Economic Fairness Act, and I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Karen Cirillo?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Karen Cirillo. I am a CPA in Maryland. I'm here today for this bill for myself, since my business is advising businesses on state tax matters, and also on behalf of my 9,000 colleagues who are also CPAs and members of the Maryland Association of CPAs. You also have the MACPA written testimony. We CPAs, our firms, and all of our clients I know of, whether they're small, large, or medium, are supportive of this bill, and our thanks to the sponsors for putting it in. Just to give you some foundation, I and several other CPAs have been part of a group of I'll call them tax geeks, several dozen tax professionals who also included tax attorneys and the tax professionals at the businesses. We've been working together the last year, after last year's bill, to share information and experiences as we all tried to implement the complexities of last year's legislation, which, by the way, we understood the 21st century concept of taxing things that are digital now that used to be not digital and were taxed. We've also spent a lot of time with the Comptroller's Office, asking them questions, giving them suggestions for the things to put into their guidance, and we appreciated the time that the Comptroller's folks spent with us. Still, after all of that work, we have continued to have some controversy over some of the words that were put into last year's bill, controversies between the buyers and the sellers and the advisors. And as Senator King said, this Senate Bill 723 addresses two of the items that we found to be the most confusing. They were causing the most issues that caused us lots of time as the vendors and the purchasers and we advisors tried to agree on what was taxable or not, and the vendors were giving us some issues. They've caused many hours of us having conversations as we were trying to determine the proper amount of sales tax for Maryland to get, which is our goal under the law. The words in Senate Bill 723, as the senator said, are clarifying words. They really pick up where last year's amendments to the law left off in describing these two items that were meant to be tax exempt, but they've been interpreted differently by different vendors, and there is therefore, because they're clarifications, no fiscal note, and no fiscal impact, and I'll point out that the fiscal note says as much. So we are looking forward to a supportive vote on this bill so that we tax people can go back to spending the time we spent on this on other more productive things. So we thank you for your listening, and we ask for a favorable report.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Nick Manis with Manis Cannon and Associates here today representing Under Armour in support of Senate Bill 723. We'd like to thank the Senate President along with Senator King and you, Mr. Chairman, for getting together with us over the interim to have discussions on our concerns with how the bill that was passed in 2020 was being interpreted by the comptroller. What this bill would do is clarify those practices so we can move forward. With me is Lauren Pearl, who is the VP of Global Tax for Under Armour. She is here on my request, and she can get into more specifics of how this will impact Under Armour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lauren Pearl. I'm the Vice President of Tax for Under Armour, a global Maryland headquartered company employing over 2,000 teammates throughout Maryland. First, I would like to thank Senator King and Chairman Gazzoni for sponsoring this important clarification to the existing law. As mentioned, the Maryland General Assembly imposed sales tax on certain digital products sold to the general public referred to as end users in the law. Under Armour supports Senate Bill 723 as it clarifies that two types of digital items. First, inputs to digital marketing and e-commerce, which we refer to as digital inputs, and enterprise software remain exempt from sales and use tax. As others giving testimony today are addressing the important clarifications for enterprise software, I will focus on digital inputs. To explain a little what that is, Under Armour engages small to large design and marketing companies, including sole proprietors, to create digital inputs that we use in our digital marketing, social media, and e-commerce. Under Armour utilizes these digital inputs to market and sell our tangible apparel and footwear, which is subject to sales and use tax. Digital inputs are distinguishable from stock photos and videos, as they are not sold to the general public. Rather, a business is directly engaging for the creation of these digital inputs for use in their business and owns the copyrights or intellectual property for these digital inputs. Currently, there is significant uncertainty that purchasers and sellers encounter related to these digital inputs. This uncertainty causes many sellers, out of an abundance of caution, to incorrectly charge Maryland sales tax on any and all digital items and related services. The proposed clarifying exemptions would remove this uncertainty. In conclusion, the passing of this bill will assist Maryland businesses and all sellers throughout the U.S. by providing clarity that digital inputs and enterprise software are not subject to Maryland sales tax, while, importantly, retaining taxation on the purchases that businesses and individuals make of the digital products intended to be part of the sales tax base. We hope that this legislation will receive a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Okay, thank you all very much.
I like that.
Let's see, Paul Nolan. There's a whole group of folks. You can come up if you like. Jennifer Dudley, Andrew Griffin.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Bernie Marzik from Cornerstone Government Affairs here today on behalf of the Manufacturers Alliance of Maryland. At my request, Paul Nolan from McCormick has come to support the bill. He's not a registered lobbyist. We support this legislation. Thanks, Senator King, for putting this in. We think this will clarify the intent that commercial and service-based transactions would not be taxed under this legislation. So I will end there and turn it to Mr. Nolan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am Paul Nolan, Vice President of Tax, Government Affairs, and Strategic Real Estate for McCormick & Company, Inc. At McCormick, we have a passion for flavor. We make an array of your favorite flavor products, whether classic herbs and spices or brands such as Old Bay, Stubbs Barbecue, Frank's Red Hot, French's Mustard. I could go on, and now apparently there's an Old Bay vodka that we're partnering on. Yeah. So try that in your Bloody Mary. We provide flavor in addition across the food industry, so we sell products to all major food companies here in the U.S. and around the world. In addition to being a Maryland manufacturer, we are a global company with $6.3 billion of revenue, operating in 40 countries, and our global headquarters and our heritage is right here in Maryland. Today I'm here in support of SB 723. I would like to thank Majority Leader King for introducing this, and Mr. Chair, you for sponsoring this as well. As you've heard already, this bill is an important clarification to the digital goods sales tax that was passed 2 sessions ago and clarified last session. Sales taxes are transactional taxes. They're intended to be direct and simple transactions, taxes on transactions. And they're supposed to be clear for the application to software vendors, their customers, and the controller to administer. As you've heard already, and I won't go into detail on, last year's modifications didn't quite get there and created confusion and require clarification. So this, in terms of enterprise software, would define enterprise software and make sure that purchases of SAP and things like that for large enterprises like us are not subject to the digital goods sales tax. It would not impact taxation of downloaded Netflix, audiobooks, things like that. Those are not affected by this. We think this will address the confusion in terms of the tax's scope for vendors, for customers, and the controllers. So for these reasons, I would, and also I want to recognize the controller staff for the work they've done with the industry since those passage last year and their support throughout this. So with that, I will finish and respectfully request a favorable report on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for having me today. I'm Jennifer Dudley, Senior Tax Manager with Allegis Group, Inc. Allegis Group is headquartered in Maryland. We're a global provider of temporary staffing and other services. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 723. Senate Bill 723 provides language that clarifies the definition of digital products, and this is necessary to determine what's subject to and what's also exempt from Maryland sales tax. We left last legislative session with the understanding that the two categories that are in Senate Bill 723 are excluded from Maryland sales tax. But unfortunately, we're experiencing a lot of conflicts with our vendors interpreting that law. We're experiencing issues with vendors of all sizes, so small businesses, medium businesses, large-sized businesses, those headquartered in Maryland and outside of Maryland. We're spending a lot of time internally and also with the vendors to support the fact that certain software purchases are exempt, and this is stemming all from just the lack of clarification in the law. It's rare to resolve matters with just one conversation or email. It takes multiple rounds of communication with our company and also with our vendors to even come to a resolution. Ultimately, the issue is this is delaying purchases from up to days to months. Interestingly, in the 2 to 3 o'clock hour of which I was here, I received 2 emails just on this matter in trying to clarify the definition of what we were purchasing and whether it was exempt. We're also finding that vendors are hesitant to accept the custom software exemption notification form that's prescribed in Business Tax Tip 29, but also this is still stemming from the issue of lack of clarification of the definition of digital products. So in summary, Senate Bill 723 provides the clarity that businesses need to determine what digital projects are subject to and also exempt from Maryland sales tax. It will reduce our administrative burden to support the exemption and reduce the time for everyone in interpreting the law. We respectively request a favorable report for Senate Bill 723. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have someone, one more?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Andrew Griffin here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in support of Senate Bill 723. You have my written comments, so I will be quick and not reiterate too many points. As you've heard from some Maryland businesses, this is clearing up an issue which we have heard about from our members since the passage of the original bill. So I would greatly appreciate your consideration and urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Senator Alford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But Andrew, thank you. Can you just, I'm having trouble understanding exactly. Can you give me an example of a product here?
Sure. So, and I may have to call a tax expert back up here for you if you don't mind. But it's certain types of digital software, I think, to not confuse with software service, but not to confuse with business-to-business sales, which some people are confusing it with. This is not addressing that.
So like a Microsoft Suite, is that what we're talking? I mean, obviously more complex than that, but.
It is more complex with that, and certainly that's what's creating some of the issues that you've heard, that vendors are interpreting it one way and the customers are interpreting another way, and we advisors are somewhere stuck in the middle. An easy example, when we're talking about software, what this bill does is, as I said, pick up where we left off last year with the understanding that the phrase in the tech industry is enterprise software. Enterprise software is a platform where you have an organization that has multiple software pieces that are working together. So what The bill that was passed in the 21st century, we understand. I used to go to the store to buy a disc in a box. I brought it home, I plugged it into my computer, the software worked. I used to pay sales tax if I bought the disc. If I'm buying the equivalent today, the simple fact that I'm downloading and pushing in one button, you want the sales tax, we get it, we understand. The difference between that and what is in this bill is when you have a suite of software in enterprise software, they all have to work together, so there's no such thing as the equivalent of buying a disk, putting it in your computer and pushing a button. There's a lot of work that has to be done to make them all talk to each other, and so the confusion has been over, well, what kind of work is necessary, and you know, those are the kind of questions we're getting from the vendors. But the concept is, because it's not downloadable, works as soon as you punch the button, that's supposed to be exempt. But if I'm still buying the equivalent of what I used to buy in a disc, that is still taxable under this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator, also happy to follow up with more specific examples after. Yes.
Thank you for saying that. Same here, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much. Believe that, let's see. Did we get everybody? Okay. All right, then we'll move on to Senate Bill 724.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, in 2010, our former colleague, Senator Ed DeGrange, sponsored the Heavy Equipment Reform Act of 2010. That act, which became law, removed personal property tax from the short-term lease or rental of heavy equipment and instead subjected them to a 2% gross receipt tax. In order to ensure that local jurisdictions were not losing tax revenue from the removal of the personal property tax, the act also created a true-up where rental companies are required to make up the difference should less revenue be collected through the gross receipts tax than would otherwise have been collected through the personal property tax. As time has gone on, issues have arisen with this agreement. Before 2010, local governments were not responsible for paying any taxes on these types of rentals, but under current law, local governments do have to pay the gross receipts tax, even if the heavy equipment is rented to the government all year long. Also, the true-up provision of the act has created some inequities for businesses, which my panel will explain further. Senate Bill 724 will exempt the government from the tax on rentals of heavy equipment and repeals the annual true-up reporting requirements to counties where heavy equipment rental businesses are located. The change will bring about fairness and efficiency, and I ask for a favorable report. Who wants to go?
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
thank you, members of the committee. Thanks very much. I'm John Favazza with Manis Canyon and Associates here today on behalf of United Rentals. First, I want to thank Senator King for sponsoring this legislation. I'm joined today at my request, Ed Noonan, who's the Director of Government Affairs for United Rentals, and John McClellan, who's the VP of Government Affairs for the American Rental Association. These gentlemen have years of experience on these issues and can answer any questions you may have. You can look at the short title. This is a pretty arcane, obscure area of tax law. The House sponsor, Delegate Lukey, referred to it as a nerdy bill. But the reason we're here today with it, really the impetus came from a local government. They brought this issue to us, questioning why are we paying this tax on these rentals, and a recognition that this true-up process is very complex, very time-consuming, and inefficient at this point. So before I turn it over to Ed, I'll just encourage you to look at the fiscal note. I think it's very, very well done by a Mr. Sinelli, and it does a couple of things. It summarizes the bill well, and it actually explains the rationale. But if you look, the two main things, the bottom of page 3, the gross receipts tax on heavy equipment, this accounts for a minimal amount of money for county governments in the context of the size of their budget. In fact, there's only 5 counties that even include this in part of their budget documents for planning purposes. So when you look at those numbers, only 2 to 3% of those numbers are actually would account for the rentals by a local government. So we're talking about a very modest amount of money. Secondly, the note also confirms the administration, that the true-up is an administrative burden for most of the counties. It requires the calculation of the tax to be done two different ways. And in fact, as Mr. Noonan can explain frequently, he has to reach out to the counties to remind them that they need to do this. Maryland's an outlier. We're the only state in the country that have both a gross receipts tax and a true-up. The only one. So after this has been in place now for a dozen years, we're here before you to ask if we can take another look at this and perhaps make the process a little more efficient. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Noonan. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ed Noonan. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for United Rentals. We are a large rental business with a significant presence here in Maryland. We operate from 18 rental locations in 8 different counties. I'm here today and speak in favor of Senate Bill 724. In 2010, legislation was passed that exempted rental equipment from the personal property tax and replaced it with a gross receipts tax. That was done to address the uniqueness of the heavy equipment rental industry and to provide a better capture mechanism of the tax. One thing that the legislation did not do was to exempt governments from the tax, which is typically done for most taxes that are based on transactions. We routinely get pushback from counties on this who believe that they should be exempt from the tax. And while we agree with them, there's nothing in the statute today to address that. And that's why this bill is here today as a cleanup technical correction bill. We support SB 724 and believe that the changes recommended in the bill follow sound tax policy. Specifically, the bill provides an exemption from the rental gross receipts tax for governments. From a practical perspective, it doesn't make a lot of sense for a county to pay this tax to us and then have us give it back to them 8 or 10 months later. The bill also removes an onerous true-up process that is administratively burdensome for taxpayers, the state, and counties. The true-up includes a dual reporting system that compares the tax that would be paid if the rental equipment was subject to a personal property tax against the tax paid under the rental gross receipts tax. If there's a shortage, the taxpayer is required to pay the difference. However, if there's an overage, there is no refund back to the taxpayer. Our experience is that this is really not necessary, as there are ebbs and flows from year to year, and those differences are typically timing differences that are reset in the following year. The true-up is not a revenue source that can be counted on, and it's not something that can be budgeted for. With an exemption from governments from the tax, removing the true-up makes perfect sense. We believe that the change proposed would not impact local revenues in a meaningful way, as the numbers would be very, very small. Any incremental loss would be offset against the reduction in local expenditures, since they will no longer be paying this tax. With the changes proposed here, Maryland will follow several other states with similar statutes in place today. Those states include Colorado, Indiana, North Carolina, Oregon, South Carolina, Virginia, Washington, and Wyoming. They all exempt the governments from the tax, and none of them have a true-up provision. I thank you for your time, and I thank Senator King for sponsoring this bill, and I urge your support in a favorable ruling on SB 724. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is John McClelland. I am Vice President for Government Affairs and with the American Rental Association. I'm also the Chief Economist. And I would like to thank you and the members of the committee for allowing us to testify this afternoon in support of SB 724. I just want to make a few quick points. First, I'll start by saying that the vast majority of ARA members that would be affected by this bill are really small businesses. And there's a couple of points there. First of all, they probably do very little business with these county and municipal governments. But on the other hand, they do have to deal with the administrative issues and that are associated with the true-up, and they don't necessarily have a lot of people to do all that all the time. So it's a difficult thing for them to have to put the time into that. I also want to get back to the fiscal note, because the fiscal note was very clear. It says that there were some potential reductions in both state expenditures, but no reductions in state revenues. So this goes to the true-up. The state is not going to have to do as much administrative work, and there's no effect on revenues if the bill was passed. The fiscal note also states that there are potential decreases in both county and municipal revenues from the gross receipts tax, but also those administrative costs, again, related to the true-up. Now, on the point of the revenue reductions, as Mr. Noonan said, what's happening is that the municipal governments, the county governments are going out and they're renting equipment, they're paying the tax, and then they're collecting that tax back from ARA members who are renting that equipment. So there's really no material revenue impact here at all, because it's just actually a circular flow of funds. And then finally on the true-up. We've mentioned how difficult the true-up can be. It's administratively burdensome, so you reduce administrative costs. But the other thing that I'm concerned about is if you do the exemption to the municipal governments on this, but you don't eliminate the true-up, you essentially build in a shortfall for my members, and they're just going to be perpetually making up the shortfall in revenue because they're no longer collecting those revenues from the governments. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to a favorable report.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I understand there will be another amendment coming that exempts farm machinery from this.
Okay. Senator Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask you a question. When you look at exhibit number 1, it shows anywhere from $50,000 to $1.4 million. How is that calculated? So if you look at Charles County, which is one of my counties, if there is an increase, so we're talking about eliminating going forward, correct?
Correct.
And is this an annual?
Yeah, I think, Senator, I think what this is the actual collections that they took in that year.
Over a year.
So it doesn't, so it's $50,000 in total. And so what we're talking about, you know, if there was a rental that they made directly from my company, they would not be paying that tax.
Right.
So that 50,000, you know, I don't know how much that would impact that, if at all, because this is really their total collections that they took in from everybody.
Understanding, okay. All right, so these are based upon annual,
Correct.
okay.
That's my assumption.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? All right, thank you all very much. Kevin Canale.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of the bill with an amendment. So going back to 2010, the industry came forward and said, we're not looking for a tax cut, we're just looking for an easier way to pay. And so that's how this compromise came into place with the gross receipts tax and then the true-up. Now, embedded in this bill with the governments are exempt from the tax is we want the tax cut. We understand that someone apparently reached out and said we shouldn't pay the tax. The county has not been able to identify who that person was. And the majority of counties say they don't have an issue with paying this tax. So we're all about making it easier for the industry to pay the tax, but we would like to retain the true-up so that we're not losing revenue. And while the fiscal note does, list some counties and how much they're taking in, it doesn't include every single jurisdiction. We've heard from several that they do, even if the revenue is not significant, it does vary, and they'd like to keep that true-up in place. So I think, this bill is not just about, getting rid of some obsolete provision in state law. It's about undoing the agreement that was agreed upon in 2010 when this came forward. So we're all about, again, making it easier. Our amendment is that we think we can reach a compromise here, but we would like to retain the true-up and keep that agreement that was made here back in 2010 in place. And with that, we'd ask for a favorable with amendments report.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. I believe that concludes the hearing on that bill. Thank you. You're welcome. Senator McCray? Yeah, let's do it. 729.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I come to you again today. For the record, Corey McCray, Senator from the 45th Legislative District, have the distinct honor of also being the chair of our respective delegation, which then gets you to put in all of the mayor's bills. So I'm here for Senate Bill 729 that also has went before our respective delegation. This is a pretty easy bill. It's a local bill that has went before our delegation, has already gotten a delegation letter, unanimous support for that. I have Adam Aberdeer from the administration to be able to explain exactly what this bill did. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McCray. Greetings, members of the committee, Chair Gazone. My name is Adam Aberdeer. For the record, I am the Deputy Director of the Mayor's Office of Government Relations, here speaking today on behalf of the Baltimore City Administration. We are here in support of Senate Bill 729, very simple bill. Essentially, every year, highway user revenue funds are used to pay for our crossing guard program. The current code stipulates that that crossing guard program is operated by the Baltimore Police Department. In Baltimore City, it's actually operated by the Baltimore City Department of Transportation. So every single year, the funds that are received go to the Baltimore Police Department, then have to be transferred to the Baltimore City Department of Transportation. We just want to remove the Baltimore City Police Department from the code so that the money can go to the right place and they're no longer a pass-through. That's it.
All right, Mr. Chair.
I apologize. Questions? Huh? Okay. Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Senator Rosepep.
I think, Mr. Chairman, that we have only one witness for oral testimony. Ms. Balog with SEIU, please. Join me. Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this is an issue that broadly we're all very familiar with. The challenges are long-term care providers, our nursing homes, our home care, our adult daycare providers have been having with staffing. And we've made many efforts over the years to increase the funds that are available and to help them be able to hire and retain the workers they need to take care of our loved ones. Basically, all this bill does is says that the 4% increases that we passed, I guess, 2 years ago, mandated, have got to be used for wages. The idea here is to make sure that as we move towards solutions with these staffing problems, the money that is provided by the taxpayer is in fact used for increasing compensation to the folks who work there. I'd make 2 points. One is that obviously the testimony of those who are opposed to this say these organizations have other expenses beyond wages. That's true. So clearly there could be friendly amendments that would take that into account, number one. Number two, though, is particularly in the nursing home industry, we see an increasing move towards private equity firms acquiring these. And the strategy for not all, but many private equity firms is short run. And it's to squeeze out dollars in the short run and not work for the long run. These are long-term care providers. We got to think for the long run. And so I think addressing this issue is something that's important. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Oh, there you go. You get your own microphone.
Thank you, Chair Gazone and members of the committee. My name is Claudia Balog. I lead the research department of 1199 SEIU, representing 10,000 workers in hospitals, nursing homes, and clinics throughout the region. Our union urges a favorable report on SB 761. I want to take some of my time to highlight some of the written testimony that was submitted by our members who can't be here today because their facilities are so short-staffed. Workers like David Saucedo, whose workload is doubled. He called to tell us that all of the GNAs on his shift have quit. Workers like Lucinda Duffin, who was helping on a job interview. The candidate saw the pay. She said, "I'll be right back." And then Lucinda watched her pull out of the parking lot. Reba McKinney has battled COVID twice during this pandemic, has had devastating effects on her long-term health and her family's health. In facilities where we have collective bargaining agreements, we get reports. We know that there are vacancies for 20, 30 GNAs in a facility. That doesn't count housekeeping or other staff. So right now I want to pivot and focus on states that are responding to this national crisis with massive investments in the workforce infrastructure. So in New Jersey, there was an executive report that came out in 2020. It found that high staff turnover led to weaknesses in care quality. New Jersey responded with investments in provider rates with very specific requirements that that revenue also needed to be used to boost wages. I want to focus on Massachusetts for an example. Massachusetts has actually had a wage pass-through appropriation since 2001. In 2019, they actually set aside $40 million to fund the wages of nursing home staff, and not just CNAs, but housekeepers, cooks, dietary aides, all of the folks who make these facilities run and who are right now working outside their job descriptions. I want to close with this. Our state has a very unique hospital rate setting system, and it's put under pressure when long-term care settings are struggling. We have to do everything we can in this state to reduce unnecessary hospitalizations for our unique model to work. Shoring up our workforce infrastructure is crucial to that effort. For those reasons, we urge a favorable report, and I want to thank Vice Chair Rosapep for his efforts on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? The center of this panel. Okay. We have two other people signed up. Dana Kaufman, Joe D'Amato.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here on behalf of several organizations, which is noted in my written testimony. And I want to say that we agree that direct care workers and the workers that work in these programs in these communities, they deserve higher wages. There is no doubt. And trying to hire right now because of these low wages is extremely difficult. We are competing with the Walmarts of the world. We are competing with Amazon warehouses, and we are even competing with fast food restaurants. The biggest issue we have, and you've heard me say this a multitude of times, is that our programs are underfunded by Medicaid. And that is very evident when you just look at the fact that there was a report done in 2018 from the Hilltop Institute, which listed every program, at least in the home and community-based services, was underfunded. And today, we are still not at those recommended rates to cover the cost of care. So while this bill may be good intentioned, the problem is that that 4% has now become both the floor and the ceiling. And it does not take into account the cost of care. What it was done was it was put in to offset minimum wages. So if we are restricted to the 4% only going to increase wages, what it will not be able to cover, for example, for medical adult daycare, they run vans to pick up their clients. And those vans are now running at 40 to 60% of census. But they're still running those same routes, but they're paying, as you are at the pump, how much more to cover those gas costs, food costs. Those have gone up. There will not be any ability to do that if we're restricted in the 4%. And if the state doesn't, and I will use the term that was used earlier, invest in these Medicaid programs and invest enough to ensure that we can not only cover our costs, but that we can increase wages, because frankly, wages have to be increased right now. They have been increased so we could actually maintain our staff, and we've also had to hire temporary staffing agencies or use temporary staffing agencies to do that. So at this point, limiting our ability to use the only rate increase that we're getting at 4% would do more harm than good for our program, so we urge unfavorable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Joe D'Amatos with the Health Facilities Association of Maryland. It's great to see you here and unmasked and together. I won't repeat what my colleague Dana Kaufman said, except for one point. We absolutely agree that, and for the record, speaking in opposition for this bill, but we absolutely agree that our healthcare heroes deserve to get paid absolutely as much as we can pay them, supported by Medicare and Medicaid rates. You know, nursing homes, adult day, assisted living that take Medicaid patients, they're unique in the enterprise world, whether they're organized as for-profits or nonprofits. They are reliant on rates that the government gives them. And they are also directed by the government on how to spend them in the form of minimum staffing and staffing ratios. Look, when we supported the Fight for 15 and this legislation, we supported this 4% statutory increase to get us to $15. Today, the minimum wage is $12.50. We have researched Medicare cost reports over the last 18 months. According to Medicare cost reports in Maryland, CNAs average $18.19 an hour. Prior to the pandemic, it was $16.68, but they deserve more. Having said that, the rates have to support that. And so we have to work together on it. A couple of important points that my colleague and friend from SEIU and Senator Rosapet brought up. We have 225 skilled nursing and rehab centers in Maryland. One is owned by private equity. One. A handful have partial REIT ownership. The funding mechanism isn't actually important, whether it's private equity or REIT ownership or traditional mortgage or a HUD mortgage. What's important, and I think Senator Rosapet makes this point, is that they're not over-leveraged, regardless of what their ownership structure is. So it's not the ownership so much, or the financing, is are they over-leveraged. In terms of Massachusetts and New Jersey, I'm very familiar with what happened in those states, and those states are actually pieces of legislation and regulation that regulate direct care and the total cost of direct care, not just labor, not just direct nursing labor, the supplies, for instance, related to labor. So for all these reasons, we support in spirit this bill, but we request an unfavorable report.
Questions for this panel? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Okay, well, that concludes the hearing on that bill, and now, Senator Elfreth, 791.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, colleagues. I am very proud to present Senate Bill 791, Natural Resources, Land Conservation, Establishment and Goals and Programs, the Maryland the Beautiful Act, so something completely different for the day. We, as a state, have made tremendous progress in our land preservation goals. I know our colleague from Western Maryland can attest to that. Just within a few months of taking office, the Biden administration set a goal of preserving 30% of our nation's land by 2030. This is known as 30 by 30. And since the enactment of that initiative, other states like California, Nevada, New York, Michigan have introduced legislation to make commitments at the state level to do that as well. This legislation would set that here, but also start planning for our future to achieve a 40% of land preserved by 2040. And it does this in a number of ways. The bill creates the structure with a smart growth, charging the smart growth subcabinet to oversee this goal to reach the land preservation by coordinating different levels of government and NGOs, developing and publishing a plan that meets the goals, and submitting additional reports to the appropriate committees in the state's progress of the bill. But the real heart, the goal is important, policy goals are important, but the real heart of the issue is going to be the number of funds this bill creates to achieve that goal. So it creates a $10 million revolving loan fund for local land trusts to provide financial support to help facilitate the purchase and conservation of property throughout the state. I know we're all familiar with this at the local level when we're thinking about projects and how to acquire property quickly and efficiently. Sometimes can't always wait for our local governments or even stateside program open space process to achieve that preservation. This would allow for kind of faster preservation through acquisition, and then let that process play out. And it's a revolving loan fund, so hopefully this one-time investment will go a long way. The bill also increases funding to the Mel Nolan Woodland Incentives and Fellowship Fund. It's currently funded in the budget at $50,000 a year. This would expand that to $1 million a year. And just a reminder, the Mel Nolan Fund supports the stewardship of our forested lands across the state. And lastly, and I would venture to say most importantly, this bill creates the Green Space Equity Fund with a $3 million appropriation in fiscal year '24 and a $5 million appropriation in fiscal years thereafter. Now, this is important because we know that not everybody in Maryland has the same equal access to critically important green spaces, important for recreation opportunities, public health, air quality, all the things that we know and love. Not everybody has that equal access. So this bill creates an equity fund and authorizes the fund to be used to preserve, create, and enhance community green spaces in overburdened areas of the state. And we use the definition that this body created last year in the Tree Solutions Now Act. And there's a really, I'm going to be a nerd here, there's a really fun map on CBF's website that overlies our definition of overburdened communities, communities that are traditional, have a history of redlining, communities that have high unemployment. It's a really great map that kind of speaks to where we need more green investment across the state, and it truly is going to show that we need it in every corner, in every district of the state. So using that lens, we are creating this fund that could invest in things like community gardens, urban farms, trail connectivity, things that every community should have, needs to have, and this bill will take us a step further in that. So, Mr. Vice Chair, the bill not only sets this important policy goal of preserving state land at a frankly ambitious rate, but also making the necessary programmatic structures and investments to make sure we can actually achieve that goal sooner rather than later. And with that, I have a wonderful panel, and I would love for them to present.
Thank you, Senator. And Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Kevin Canale here in support of Senate Bill 791. I think the Senator did a great job of explaining this bill. From a county government perspective, I mean, we all saw in the pandemic the importance of green space. We often saw that our green spaces were overwhelmed, overcrowded, but we also saw where we didn't have green space, right? And we saw the holes in the boat in that respect. So we really appreciate that this bill is focused on equity. It's focused on ensuring that all boats can rise here and that we provide these resources for all of our shared constituents. The revolving loan fund that the Senator talked about and the Green Space Equity Program will definitely provide local governments with new resources to make sure their communities are more sustainable, livable, and healthy. And that's why we love the bill. Again, we love that this is all boats rise, and we appreciate the thought that went into this bill, and we'd ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 791.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman, my Senator Elfreth, and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Joel Dunn. I'm the President and CEO of the Chesapeake Conservancy. I live in Maryland. I have two beautiful daughters who enjoy this state. I really appreciate all the hard work you guys do. It really makes a big difference for us. I'm here to testify in support of the Maryland the Beautiful Act. And just to clarify, I'd like to revise my written testimony to favorable without amendment. Today, along with global climate change, we're dealing with a global nature crisis. And this is happening due to climate change, pollution, development, other factors. And for Maryland to do its part in combating the nature crisis, we believe that we need to set a statewide goal for land conservation to help protect the state's remaining open space for people and nature. As Sarah mentioned, the bill set a goal to conserve 30% of the state by 2030. You're already at 28%, by the way, and then 40% by 2040. But we need to go beyond setting a goal. We need to make sure we're protecting green space for everyone, all the communities in Maryland. The Green Space Equity Program, which Sarah mentioned, will do exactly that, provide funding for projects in underserved communities. It's so important for public health, economic opportunity, community well-being. We also need to support organizations that are going to help us reach that goal. So this revolving loan fund will help private land trusts in Maryland working with communities and landowners to protect forests and farms. Finally, we need to steward the lands that are the most important for nature, and providing additional funding for the Mel Nolan Woodland Incentives Fund helps us help forest landowners to steward forests. So protecting green spaces for all communities, especially Maryland and their underserved communities, should be a top priority as we work towards 30% or 40% conservation goal. I thank you for the opportunity to testify with you today, and I really appreciate your support for the Maryland the Beautiful Act. Thank you.
And I'll go next. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and committee. You've received my written testimony, so I'll hold my points to just the revolving revolving loan fund. My name is Josh Hastings. I'm the Program and Policy Director for Forever Maryland. It's a statewide nonprofit that supports our approximately 36 local land and regional land trusts. We support this bill for the purpose of setting new state land preservation goal, enhancing sustainable forestry and better managed lands, forests, and for greater green space and conservation access. This new program that I'd like to highlight, the Local Land Trust Revolving Loan Fund, this would be capitalized at $10 million. It's a wonderful one-time investment into helping our state's local land trusts secure important lands rapidly. This one-time investment would set up a fund administered by the Maryland Environmental Trust to help local land trusts rapidly secure property, accelerate private land conservation. After the land has been eased or permanently preserved in a particular capacity, the funds would then be paid back to the revolving loan fund to be used for future projects. Simply put, most local land trusts don't have the assets immediately available to rapidly secure a critical property as a conservation opportunity arises. Often a special property, whether that be critical habitat or an area around an important waterway, in between conserved areas or a targeted piece of property, often these special spaces come up for sale and a developer or others swoop in quickly to purchase before a local land trust and a conservation buyer have the ability to try to step in and help. So the Local Land Trust Revolving Loan Fund program would allow a local nonprofit or local nonprofit land trust to help secure a property and in time get a conservation easement. When the easement's purchased, the funds would be paid back to the revolving loan fund. Speaking as a person who worked at the local land trust for nearly 24 years, or nearly a dozen years, at two different land trusts, this is a great program. This could be a great opportunity for small and medium-sized land trusts who are working on the front lines of everything from saving critical habitat to climate resilience and more. So we would love to see this happen, and thank you all for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. I'm the Executive Director of Neighborspace, a land trust working in Baltimore County's inner suburbs to weave pocket park trails and gardens into a poorly planned area so as to improve quality of life. So I am one of the places where the Green Space Equity Act could potentially make a big difference. The poor planning there and weak controls on development have resulted in 65% of residences in older communities lacking access to adequate open space. That mirrors a problem nationwide where 100 million people, 30% of the population, can't walk to a park within 10 minutes. Why should we care? Because half the population is too old, too poor, too disabled, or too young to get in a car and drive to a park. So while we pour millions of dollars into the Great Maryland Outdoors Act to bolster larger parks, which is, I think, a good program, we need a complementary plan to serve the huge numbers of people who will never be able to drive to them. That's this bill. And it has three problems with respect to the senator that need to be fixed if we want to ensure we're not just greening things, but actually permanently protecting and improving additional land in underserved areas. First, land trusts are the only type of nonprofit in the business of protecting land in perpetuity and should be the primary recipients of funding under this bill. Other types of nonprofits are important as partners, But if you really want to move the needle on securing land in perpetuity, land trusts are key. 2, the definition of underserved must be broadened to embrace vulnerable populations and communities that weren't redlined. There are 50 jurisdictions around the country with vulnerable populations like the inner suburbs of Baltimore County. They were never redlined. In fact, they were the aftermath of redlining. It's where white flight fled when redlining happened in cities. Using the Center for Disease Control's Vulnerable Population Index is a better way to go. And 3, we must ensure that the bulk of the money gets spent on acquiring and protecting land in perpetuity versus other activities like stewardship. We suggest the threshold should be 75%. So for all of these reasons, we urge a favorable report of the bill with amendments, and thank you for your attention.
One last one.
One minute, there you are, sir, I'm sorry. Your light
Thank you,
was on.
Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Gary Allen. I'm the president of the Maryland Forestry Foundation, and I'd like to thank Senator Elfrich for advancing this particular bill. It's unique, it's opportune, it's extremely timely. And I'd like to briefly focus your attention for a few moments on the bill's support for the Mel Nolan Woodland Incentive Fund. The Mel Nolan Woodland Incentive Fund is the state's oldest landowner cost share program. It was created in 1988 with funding derived from a capped amount of the state's land transfer tax on the sale of 100% wooded property. That cap is $200,000, and it has never been adjusted in 33 years since the enactment of that legislation. However, since the creation of the fund, more than half of Maryland's counties have never contributed to this fund, meaning in a sense there were no woodland sales in more than half of Maryland. Now clearly, that didn't happen, which means there's a significant handicap in the application of the original legislation and therefore its support for its intended purposes. You see, it contained a definition of 100% woodland, and the people who've administered that law have interpreted that to mean that existing structures on the land or even access roads were mitigating circumstances which require further assessment for that property, and it was much easier for local land assessors, therefore, to simply classify the land as ag and not woodland to begin with, and therefore we avoided actually the issue ever coming up. The net effect is that in the previous 33 years, only 3 times has it really reached $200,000. Now, clearly, that's a disadvantage for those of us who want to look for a program that provides cost share to Maryland's forest landowners. So these additional funds then provide us with the opportunity to do what? They allow us to do outreach to forest landowners. They allow us to assist forest landowners in developing forest conservation and forest management plans. They allow us to deal with forest threats and forest emergencies on a first-line basis. Senators, I urge you to provide a favorable report because clearly the funds available are inadequate to the needs in the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Chair, may I add just one?
Sure.
Because it's a little hours late and levity is needed. I appreciate Mr. Allen. I love pointing out when pieces of our law are older than myself, and this Mel Nolan program happens to be that, and I think it's time for a refresh, and this bill does exactly that.
Thank you. Do we have any other witnesses? I don't think so. Oh, let me just double check. We do have another witness? Okay.
Yes.
That's right. Senator Eckert, you want to ask a question to this panel? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. This is a very interesting bill, and I should know the answer to this question, but I couldn't find it quickly. Your goal is to go ahead and conserve 30% of our lands by 2030 and 40% by 2040. What percentage is already conserved? I know I've looked at a map, and I know at least where some of our counties on the Eastern Shore need to step up to the plate. But what is the current percentage?
Excellent question, Senator, and I apologize I glossed over it. We're at 28% right now, so we're actually very close to the goal of 30%, and that's why the bill takes us kind of in a more ambitious posture of trying to achieve 40 by 40.
Yes, I know, I thought so because I know the Maryland Environmental Trust and working with Forever Maryland has been very aggressive, and even through the pandemic, we've had a lot, or the group has had a lot of success in establishing easements and in conserving land. That's why I would be interested in that. I also would be interested in that because there is a letter from the Maryland Realtors, I think, and I think it is important that we balance where we do need more housing. We need affordable housing. So how then are we able to work together to get a good balance?
I completely agree, and that certainly was our attempt in the Smart Growth Council to achieve that balance. So there is opportunity for public input. The Secretary of Planning is on that Smart Growth Council. So I don't view this as a one or the other, affordable housing or land conservation. It is very much a concerted effort to balance the two, and that's what we seek to achieve in this bill.
And I guess I'm hoping maybe we could get some input, because I know the realtors play a major role and are very helpful in a lot of our housing initiatives and the balance of it too. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you work through the standing committee on percentages of land that should be preserved?
The committee that you chair, Senator? Yeah. We did not, and I apologize that we did not.
Well, that committee I'm the chair on the Senate side, and Delegate Gilchrist is on the House side, and we meet every year with all the agencies, look at the finances, set goals and whatever. I don't really think we should go outside of that in setting the goals. I like the rest of the bill, and I'm not critical of the
No, that's a
other
fair
part,
criticism, yep.
But I think when we have a committee like that, we could use it. Now, I'm not going to be here, so maybe next year you'd be a good one to go on that part. But I don't think we should put bills in that go around the group that works on it all the time.
Thank you.
So I would suggest removing that part and passing the rest of the bill and then dealing with that through the committee that deals with it.
Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I have a concern here that looks like we're creating another bureaucracy. I can't understand. We just passed a big bill on second reader. I can't understand why some of this could not have been included in that. Now we're setting up another structure to oversee all this, put millions of dollars into it, which is kind of a concern. My part of the state, and I've said this for years and years, I've been here, this is my 40th year. And I've harped on this for years. You know, everybody says, you know, program open space, as far as I'm concerned, one of the best programs this state ever put in place for preserving land, buying land, building parks, etc. To go buy some of this in the metropolitan area instead of the rural areas. And the reason to go buy in the rural areas is because it's the cheapest place to buy it. Plus, the metropolitan areas don't want them to buy land because they want to develop it. Until someone convinces me otherwise. I've dealt with it for, like I said, ever since I've been here, put on program open space committees, joint committees, subcommittees, the whole 10 yards. So some of our people have concerns. I'll use one example, which may or may not be a little different than land trust. There's a bunch of different land trusts, and I'm sure they're all a little bit different. I'm not sure how they all function. But ag land preservation. In some of the counties I represent, we get some people who are more power to them, let's put it, rich, come in and buy a farm, aren't going to farm it. They get it in ag land preservation, though, and I have some questions of how some of them can do that if they don't continue to farm it, because that's why it's called ag land preservation. And then they don't allow local people who used to be able to go in there and hunt or cut timber, they cut that off. So I have a concern that maybe some of these land trusts might do the same thing. You're into the forestry thing, big in my part of the state, and I don't want to support something that may or may not cut off, because good forestry management is one reason we don't have a lot of forest fires in my neck of the woods. it's a good thing for the forests. So I have some concerns here where we're spreading out. You're right, we're at 28%. The committee asked for that a while back in the committee, so we're 2% off. We'll hit 30% before too long, especially with this bill we're gonna pass now. So I'd like to see some of those things a little more spelled out here, that if these if this bill passes, land trust does this or that, they can't just cut off the utilization of forestry or hunting or whatever, fishing, et cetera, because that's important to my part of the state. But again, with the programs we have in place, if the state would just concentrate a little bit more in the metropolitan area, you'd have a lot more green spaces in the metropolitan area than you got now.
Right. Well, that's certainly the intention of the equity fund, Senator, and I hear you. We kind of toss back and forth this bill versus the parks bill. We didn't want to combine it because, as you can see in this bill, we're touching far more than just state park land. We're touching potential ag land, we're touching forested land, we're touching pocket parks in urban areas, to your point. So I know and especially me serving as a sponsor to both, it's been a little hard to love both of these bills equally at the same time. But it certainly was our goal in this bill to focus, as you mentioned, not just land conservation where it traditionally has been most, let's say, efficient, but where it is most needed as well.
You could have massaged the terminology of the name of the other bill. And I support open spaces. There's more open spaces in the county I live in than any other part of the state. We're the most rural part of the state. As a matter of fact, I can drive you 30 miles, you'll never see a house. I don't think you can do that anywhere else in the state of Maryland. And they continue to buy land up there, which our local people are fairly supportive as long as they keep it open to the public and not shut it down like they basically did when they created the wildlands. You can't do anything in that. You can't even cut trees. You can't make fire trails or anything else unless they're already there. You can keep them clean. So I have some concerns of where we're going and trying to do it all at one time, for a better way to say it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I got one, I hope, very quick question.
Okay.
In the absence of this bill, how do these local land trusts get their capital?
Josh, you want to answer that? Excellent question.
Well, I guess Barbara could also speak to this, but the quick answer is for a lot of local land trusts, it's a lot of times for the different projects, you're trying to put together money either from federal money, local private dollars. Some land trusts have their own land rescue revolving loan fund, which they use internally, but it's really, the quick answer is it's a challenge to try to find the funds to often move forward in order to make a project move forward.
But it's basically sort of grantsmanship and charitable donations? Is that the way to think about it?
Yeah, and on the urban side, Baltimore County has a fee that developers pay when they can't provide enough open space, 1,000 square feet per dwelling unit, and part of that income comes to my land trust, but it's never enough
I'm
to
sure
purchase land, and beyond that, we rely on donations, but we, are always, we always come up short when people come to us and say, I'd like to, sell you this piece of land.
I understand the problem and why I think the bill's a good bill. But is that unique to Baltimore County, or does anybody know? It is? Is it ubiquitous in all the counties?
No, I would say it's fair to say that every different land trust has a different strategy for funding. I think the issue the bill tries to achieve with the 10 million revolving loan fund is that advanced acquisition. When we have a property that goes on the market and we want to save from development, it is, time is of the essence and we want to get that land preserved. So that's kind of the beauty of this revolving loan fund.
No, I get that. I'm just trying to see what the counties are doing now that I hear that Baltimore County's doing
They're all
something.
different, and Senator, actually, in Arundel County my own county asked me to include this piece of the bill. It's important to our county executive for exactly that reason.
But does Arundel County do anything on its own?
On its own? Beyond the county utilizing its own program open space?
That's why I'm asking. Something like Baltimore County does. They don't, okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Going once, going twice? Okay, thank you to the panel.
Okay.
And we have one last witness.
Good job.
I think.
Yes.
Good
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman. My name is Josh Tolkien. I'm the director of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters in the state of Maryland, we urge a favorable report. The senator and all of the other witnesses really addressed most of the key points I was going to make, so I'm going to try to keep this under a minute. First, we wanted to address that the legislation is properly designed at this point with the right specificity and the right flexibility. Organizations like ours are very interested in forest preservation and smart growth. By directing the different agencies to be working together, we can figure out how to address issues of sprawl while encouraging more affordable housing in places that also yield a lot of other environmental benefits, reducing driving. When it comes to access to nature, the Trust for Public Land has done phenomenal research on the connections between physical and mental health based on amazing criteria, just about walkability to a green space. This has become really pronounced during the pandemic, where if your community had a community park, we were seeing events springing up everywhere, allowing people to congregate and socialize. And where there was not a park or a green space, there was a deficit in the community having that type of space outside to come together. It's just one of many examples of the role that our smallest urban parks and forests and farms, as well as our state forests and state parks, play. The inclusion of the Green Space Equity Program as well provides targeted funding in an area where we have not seen that statewide effort. For this and many other reasons, the Sierra Club urges a favorable report.
Thank you. Any questions? I think we're done with this hearing, with this bill.
Okay, we're going to move to Senator Zucker, 831. You can bring up your panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Senator Craig Zucker here on support of Senate Bill 831, education support professionals. So what's interesting is sort of the way this bill came about was, through the pandemic, we saw a lot of silent heroes. And I remember being on 6 to 7 hour Zoom classes with my son. And often it was just my son, his para, and myself. And my son was being educated through the para. And it just reminded me of all these unsung heroes. And that was highlighted, actually, during the pandemic when you had people in the cafeteria, in the building, helping to serve meals. And they were really helpful in helping to get communities through the pandemic. And then it was also highlighted in my own county of Montgomery County, because a lot of the education support professionals also include your bus drivers. And during the pandemic, we had a shortage of bus drivers, so much so that you had the National Guard driving Montgomery County public school students. So, not only are they very important to our school community and our communities, but we respect and value them. But value also means that, monetary compensation. And these education support professionals, some that are working full-time, some that are working part-time, but it's basically a full-time job, are consistently underpaid, and they deserve more. So what this bill does is it provides two things. One is it provides a work group that will come together that will evaluate the wage structure for the more than 39,000 education support professionals. And it also ensures that, we're having an issue both attracting and retaining these absolutely fantastic public servants. So this would either do one or two things. It would either have the governor fund it in FY23, a bonus, $500, and then in FY24, it would be another $500. If the governor doesn't fund it in FY23, fiscal year 23, then it would be a $1,000 bonus in fiscal year 24. It's a small thing that we can do that I believe will go a long way. Again, this is a population that we respect dearly. and they're valued, but it's important for us to sometimes put our money where our mouth is. There are some amendments in your folder. They're agreed upon amendments. It's just really clarifying to make sure that we're actually capturing the universe of education and support professionals that we intended to, and also other clarifying amendments that make sure that the money is structured in the way we want. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to turn it over to my panel, and of course, would urge for a favorable report.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosa Pepp, for the opportunity to speak before you today, and thank you to members of the committee. And thank you to Senator Zucker for sponsoring Senate Bill 831. My name is Cheryl Bost. I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher from Baltimore County, proudly serving as the president for the Maryland State Education Association. MSEA's 76,000 educators from across the state stand before you today to urge your support for Senate Bill 831, which will provide a small pay increase for our education support professionals and create a study group so that we can look at the long-term solution to providing salary to attract and retain the best as our education support professionals. You hear us use the term education support professionals, but these are essential workers to our everyday function. I know that firsthand as a teacher. These are our bus drivers, our para-educators, our custodians, clericals, maintenance workers, food service employees, tech support, and so many more job categories. When schools were closed March 13th, March 15th, all of these people were in work sites and working, even though schools were closed. We depend on their expertise and commitment to students and families for small group virtual learning, the distribution and maintenance of devices, record keeping, and tracking of every changing policy, endless upkeep of school systems and safety protocols, breakfast and lunch and transportation and more. For far too long, our education support staff have not gotten the respect and recognition that they deserve, or the compensation to make sure that we can continue to recruit and retain outstanding individuals in these critical roles. We are thankful for their hard work, of the General Assembly in passing the blueprint for Maryland's future, but crisis-level staffing shortages exacerbated by the pandemic require both a short-term and long-term solution to address the low wages of ESPs. As you heard, Senate Bill 831 will provide a $500 bonus in fiscal year 23 and 24 and create a work group so that we can look at a long-term solution. I would like to call your attention to the fiscal note definition of non-certificated education support professionals, because that is one of the amendments that is in your packet so that we can incorporate every one of these great employees. We ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 831, and I'm excited that you're going to hear from education support professionals with us today who have waited long to have their voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Senate Budget Taxation.
Do you think you can pull your mic over? Great, thank you.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee, and my Senator Corey McCray. My name is Sean J. McCay, and I am an employee of Baltimore City Public School System that I've been working for the past 21 plus years as a special education paraeducator. I am also the vice chair of the PSRP chapter of the Baltimore Teachers Union and a member at large of the AFT Maryland. On behalf of BTU and AFT Maryland, I am asking for a favorable report to SB 831, the bill that would form a work group to study the wages and compensation packages to the educational support personnel who are so vital to the education of Maryland students. I believe you have my written testimony. Let me give you a little bit of highlights. Not many in this state recognize just how important the role of a paraeducator is and the support staff in educating our public students. But we are very much involved in the play a key role in nearly every activity that goes on in our public schools. This is what a typical day looks like for me. I come in to clean off the desk, to prepare for in-class breakfast, collaborate with my teacher for about 5 minutes or so, then it's time to receive our students from the buses and assist students with taking off their coats and teaching them to hang their things up. Then the next thing is breakfast is served, and begin teaching how to hold a spoon and open their items. After that, we clean up and do toileting, all done before instruction can begin. Next, we start our morning instruction, and after about an hour and a half or so, toileting starts again. That takes about 30 to 45 minutes. When we move into small teaching groups, language arts and writing that is, which includes holding a pencil, and on some days, we have to totally instruct due to the fact that teachers are in meetings that could take up to 2 to 3 hours. This is just a small portion of what a paraeducator goes through daily. If and when enact this bill would be a step in the right direction towards the fair compensation of paraeducators and support personnel, and the recognition of the value of the work that numerous different support personnel are engaged in on a daily basis. Fairly compensations, our education support personnel can be the first step to help attract and retain vital staff that have been leaving the education ranks over the past few years due to the pandemic emergency. Just a point of information, our children come in contact between 4 to 5 support staff before entering a classroom. As you heard, she said the bus driver, the bus aide, crossing guards, cafeteria workers, and then the paraeducator. Members of the committee, for far too long, the work I and my fellow education support paraprofessionals have done for years for Maryland's children has gone unrecognized and unappreciated. Yet without the work of the education support staff in our state's public classrooms, our public schools would not be able to provide Maryland students with the education they need. Again, AFT Maryland and BTU call for the favorable report for SB 831. Thank you for your time and have a safe and pleasant afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Gazone, Vice Chair Rosapep, and members of the Senate Budget and Tax Committee. Thank you, everyone. It's great to be with you today. My name is Pia Morrison, President of SEIU Local 500. SEIU Local 500 represents approximately 20,000 working people in Montgomery County and across our region. Our membership includes the thousands of support staff at MCPS, part-time faculty at Montgomery College, child care providers, and more. We're the largest and fastest growing public sector union in the county and state. I'm proud to stand here alongside Senator Zucker, MSCA, and other organizations in support of Senate Bill 831. SEIU Local 500 represents 9,000 support staff at MCPS, which is the largest school district in Maryland. We represent paras, bus drivers, office staff, building service workers, food service workers, and many more. On behalf of the thousands of support staff members, we want to thank Senator Zucker for being a champion of K-12 education and for our members. Senate Bill 831 not only includes a modest bonus to acknowledge the sacrifice the thousands of support staff throughout Maryland made during COVID-19, but also forms a work group to study wages for support staff across our state and to make recommendations on how to attract and retain staff. Support staff are essential to the school day, but for far too long, they have not gotten the respect nor the recognition that they so richly deserve. School support staff are the backbone of the safe, healthy, and supportive learning and working environment that must exist for educators and students to succeed and learn. Many are second or third generation school employees who contribute to the communities that they live in. For their extraordinary and essential commitment, support staff deserve a fair wage and recognition for the value they bring to education. During the pandemic, our food and nutrition staff continued preparing and distributing thousands of meals for students each day. Security staff also supported our schools with the distribution of meals, and bus drivers delivered meals and supported the community support line and made sure that items and food was delivered to families. Our instructional technology staff, including media assistants, worked to support the delivery, repair, and operations of thousands of Chromebooks and internet hotspots for students and teachers. Building service workers performed additional sanitizing procedures in buildings. It was the maintenance workers who diligently tested air quality, changed filters, and set up air purifiers where needed. Warehouse workers received, sorted, and distributed masks, sanitizing wipes, and other materials. Secretaries worked remotely and also supported their community needs. Words of appreciation and public applause only go so far, but recognizing education support staff with a modest bonus is the least the state can do to honor the dedication to our students and families. I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to listen to me today, and I ask that you all support and give a favorable report for Senate Bill 831. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah McCray, did you need to jump in now, or? Okay.
Greetings, Chair Gazzoni and honorable members of the Budget and Tax Committee. My name is Stacy Taman, and I am a 25-year education support professional of Calvert County Public Schools, proudly serving as the president of the Calvert Association of Educational Support Staff. Today, I am providing testimony in support of Senate Bill 831, a bill that will provide not only a bonus to ESPs, but will work to find a long-term solution to low wages and issues of retention. Education support professionals ensure the safety and well-being of students and staff. We are the front line in our buildings and the foundations of our districts, but are paid drastically different than our coworkers. Personally, I will be eligible for retirement in December 2024. But after nearly 30 years of contribution to the MSRA, I will not be able to do so. And I currently deliver groceries in my free time just to make ends meet. Instructional assistants are being pulled from their duties to cover for teachers. Some are paid half of a teacher's salary. A newly hired instructional assistant with a bachelor's degree earns about $25,000. A conditional teacher with the same education earns $39,000. And a new teacher with the same education plus teacher certificate earns over $50,000. However, the instructional assistants are used as viable substitutions for absent teachers. In varying amounts, Calvert and other counties have additional compensation that is paid to instructional assistants when this coverage is provided, which is a clear acknowledgement that ESPs as employees are more valuable when attached to a teacher designation. Our building service staff ensured the safe return of students when little was known about the coronavirus. They are tasked with duties that include implementing proper protocols for germ control, disinfecting surfaces, and the removal of blood and bodily fluids for about $30,000. I could speak for hours about the inequities ESP face. We are an intricate web of professionals who hold our school systems together. Most of us work multiple jobs just to make ends meet. It is time to invest in the infrastructure that keeps schools functioning. For all of these reasons, these hardworking employees deserve what Senate Bill 831 will provide. I kindly ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gazzoni and distinguished members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Courtney Jenkins. I'm a staff representative with ASME Council 67, where we proudly represent thousands of education support professionals in our local school systems. I'm here to ask for a favorable vote or favorable report for SB 831 titled Education Support Professionals Workgroup Bonus. Dedicated working people, like our bus operators, food and nutrition personnel, and environmental service workers, just to name a few, have weathered the storm of this pandemic. They deserve a fair and livable wage to meet the rising costs associated with the cost of living, inflation, and our changing economy. Many of the K-12 support professionals represented by ASME make at or slightly above the state minimum wage of $12.75 an hour and aren't guaranteed full-time year-round employment. When you factor that into the equation, workers who help take care of our students are not making a living wage. In May of 2020, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that the median annual salary for elementary and secondary school bus drivers was $33,900. The BLS went on to say school bus drivers work only when school is in session, so their work hours are often limited. Some make multiple runs if schools in their district open and close at different times or if students need transportation to other activities. While wages have not kept up with the cost of living, these dedicated education support professionals continue to go above and beyond to help school districts meet the mission of educating our student population. It is a travesty that the same people responsible for supporting the growth of future doctors, lawyers, legislators, and education support professionals have to struggle to meet the basic necessities of life and have to do so with inadequate staffing. The knowledge and skills associated with assuring dozens of students are transported safely to school each day or have a hot meal to fuel their learning day doesn't happen without the proud working people that are education support professionals. It's time their wages match the crucial and important work that they do. The impact of their work is felt well beyond the classroom and school. A February 2022 Jacobin article describes it best. Well-maintained school buses are the safest vehicles on the road. When districts fulfill what is in many states a legal requirement to provide school transportation, they reduce emissions and save families money on gas. I'll say that again. They save families money on gas. What's more, each yellow school bus driver ensures that kids can get to school regardless of whether their parents have cars and free time in the mornings and afternoons. The refusal to provide K-12 transportation workers with desirable compensation thus hinders the universal access to education that undergirds democratic society. On behalf of Absentee Council 67, we stand in solidarity with our sister organizations, and we thank the committee for its time and ask for a favorable report on SB 831. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and honorable members of the Budget and Tax Committee. Thank you for allowing me to provide testimony today in support of SB 831, a bill to provide immediate relief to education support professionals via bonuses, but also investigating long-term solutions to low wages and retention issues. I'd like to start by telling you how it's going. My name is Brad Fisher. I am currently the Administrative Secretary at Shady Spring Elementary of Baltimore County Public Schools and the MSEA ESP of the Year. The official duties of my job are mainly fiscal in nature, and then there are the duties where I volunteer my time, planning and implementing school-wide supplemental education programs and family engagement events, coaching an after-school step squad, and mentoring students who need extra attention. So let me tell you how it started. As a career changer, my transition to education has been a rewarding but also adverse experience. I was previously a paraeducator, but first I was a personal assistant to students with special needs. It was and continues to be a 10-month, 32-hour per week minimum wage position with no health benefits or paid time off, including winter, spring, and summer breaks. I had to work 3 jobs in order to pay my bills. And although I oversee more than 500 students a day, I have no children of my own. I really don't know how thousands of people that are still in this role support themselves, let alone provide for multi-person families. I've seen firsthand the positive impacts ESPs make on students. We provide services to and build relationships with our most intensive children. We assure safety, wellness, and supportive learning in working environments that foster student and staff success. Education support professionals deserve a fair wage and recognition for the value they bring to education, which will only continue to grow as the shortage of educators persist. I kindly urge the committee for a favorable vote on SB 831. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members, and thank you for this opportunity to be with you today to share my strong support for Senate Bill 831. My name is Sally Murick, and I am a paraeducator with Montgomery County Public Schools, represented by SEIU Local 500, where I have worked to support staff and the instruction of students for 31 years. I want to say a special thank you to Senator Zucker and to Senator King for their leadership on this important issue. Much has been shared with you in previous testimonies of how the heroes of the school system stepped up during the pandemic to ensure instruction continued for our students, our children. I wish to expand on the courage, flexibility, and stamina of the paraeducators. They were called upon to pivot instantly into a digital instructional world. Alongside of teachers, they took multiple and daily just-in-time trainings to learn all the virtual platforms and tools that would be available and needed to deliver virtual instruction, which was effective and engaging. On top of the hours of technological trainings, they had to establish their own home classrooms and set up technology for virtual delivery while spending hours collaborating with their peers and teachers. And they had to form their own small groups of students with teacher guidance while figuring out how to continue to support the students they were already supporting. Many also had to supervise their own children through their digital learning classes and being at home rather than in school or in childcare. Paraeducators had to handle the trauma and anxiety of the pandemic for themselves, their families, and their loved ones while carrying on with their prescribed task of engaging our students in effective, differentiated instruction. Educational support professionals, specifically paraeducators, were left out of the blueprint for Maryland's future for them to be recognized and respected as the integral partners in student instruction and learning that they are. They were removed in the 11th hour before passage of the bill, and I hope the work grouping formed by this legislation will rectify that mistake. They serve as co-educators and are due the same respect and recognition. Montgomery County Public Schools has approximately 2,700 paraeducators. 60% have a four-year degree, another 20% have master's degrees, and we have a number that hold PhDs. Our paras have chosen this as their career, not because it is all they can do. They love supporting the academics and growth of our students. They are flexible and willing to use their instructional knowledge and skills to quickly support school operations and instructional needs in real time as situations arise. During COVID, many paras have stepped in to be teachers covering classes for a day a week and even as long-term subs because of high staff absenteeism and unfilled teacher positions. You have the rest of my testimony. In closing, I ask you to support and pass Senate Bill 831. Our schools are worth it, our educational support staff are worth it, and our children are worth it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Shannon Sneed. I'm a former councilwoman and a parent of a Baltimore City student. School support professionals are the backbone of Maryland's school system and essential for creating an educating environment where all our children can thrive. They transport our children, provide them with meals, assist families with virtual learning, keep our schools clean, and so much more. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, it was a challenge to attract and retain support staff in our schools. Right now, nearly half of Maryland's educational support staff make less than $35,000 a year. And statewide staffing shortages have created an additional crisis for Maryland schools. But we can do better for our support professionals. We can begin with providing schools with support, immediate bonuses to recognize their roles and sacrifice during COVID-19 pandemic. But short-term relief is not enough. Maryland needs to develop a plan to raise wages permanently so their wages reflect the value of the work they provide to our schools. Throughout my career, I have fought for workers by supporting collective bargaining, fair wages, and strengthening workers on the job. I have seen how an empowered workforce improves working conditions, ensures that the public services are of the highest quality, and increases retention rates. For too long, ESPs have remained in the shadows of fair wage conversations. Without support professionals, Maryland schools would not be able to provide our children with the education they deserve. It's long overdue that Maryland treats our school support professionals with dignity by paying them the wages they deserve for their services they provide to our students and community. By paying support professionals a living wage, we can alleviate staff shortages, provide teachers and families with the support they need, and strengthen Maryland schools for our kids. I want to thank Senator Zucker and King for sponsoring this important legislation, and I urge you to vote in favor of SB 831. Thank you so much.
Are there other witnesses with oral testimony? Going once, going twice? Senator McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. Just wanted to point of privilege, just welcome my
constituent, my neighbor, Ms. McCray, to the Budget and Tax Committee. Mr. Chair, every time I've knocked on her door, she's always been supportive of me, so I want to make sure that when she comes to our committee, she's the one that put me here. Just wanted to say thank you, and just also thank you to each and every one of you all for your leadership. Senator Zucker, it's interesting that 50% of your panel I probably talk to pretty often throughout the week, so thank you for your leadership also.
Questions for the panel? I have one question for Senator Zucker. I'm totally on board with the need, the strategy, totally on board. Does your bill include anything related to career ladders for folks in these jobs?
The career ladder is them being able to get an affordable salary with the job that they want, which is an education support professional. And then beyond that, it's making sure that if they want to go into further education, they have that opportunity. But right now, I mean, Mr. Vice Chair, I just can't emphasize how important the roles of these employees are.
I agree.
And I think the issue is not right now a career ladder is important, but right now these jobs need to be filled, and they don't have the salaries to keep and attract them.
I'm just, I was really talking about your work group and whether your work group was going to look at the whole piece of the puzzle, but we can talk offline about it. Thank you very, very much. Any other questions? Yes, Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I was going to ask the same about the work group, the makeup of the work group, and I think some of us have some ideas going forward, particularly on the establishment of career ladders, realistic career tracks. And I would also like to have a shout out to one of my 3 county reps, Ms. Thaman. Great to see you again, and great testimony. But again, we have to just remember that in every industry, the staff folks are the ones that do the work. There are other folks who have the face, but staffers do the work. So we appreciate you all. Thank you. Great job, both the senators. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Any other questions, comments? Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Our next bill is Senate Bill 755. Senator Hester. And you're your whole panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, it's just me, be short and sweet today, but it's a great bill. For the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester, here to ask for your endorsement of Senate Bill 755. As this committee knows, we are going to receive billions of dollars from the federal government for highway, airport, and public transportation improvements, water systems, and of course, my favorite, cybersecurity. In addition, there are billions of additional dollars available through 25 competitive grant programs. And in order to administer and oversee these funds at the federal level, President Biden established a temporary executive position. And in January of this year, Governor Hogan established a parallel infrastructure subcabinet in the governor's office. So what Senate Bill 755 does is it builds on this first step and ensures that the usage of these federal funds aligns with our state priorities to ensure sufficient staff support, transparency, alignment, and alignment with our priorities. Specifically, it establishes a infrastructure investment and coordination unit within the governor's grants office, including a chief infrastructure officer. I can say that 5 times fast, to support staff and funds to contract outside expertise. This unit will support the state in 4 ways. First, it will track competitive funds available to the state and project matching requirements in order to pursue the greatest amount of federal funding possible. Second, it will coordinate with the federal counterparts, state agencies, and our congressional delegation and the General Assembly. Third, it will establish transparency and accountability mechanisms through the development of an online dashboard. And fourth, it will ensure that awarded funds advance existing state priorities related to the environment, economic development, and socioeconomic and racial justice, as well as historic preservation. So, at one of our Howard County delegation meetings, I spoke with Senator Van Hollen, and he was very excited about this bill. And I have a letter, which I'll leave with the committee, from Senator Van Hollen's office. in speaking with the delegation, he really wanted to be able to explain to the people of Maryland where the money was going from the federal government, and he can't do that currently. So I will send around this letter, but I just wanted to read a bit from the third paragraph, where he says, "A key component of this proposal is the requirement to provide assistance to state agencies in the bidding for competitive funds. This is essential as not all state agencies have the same level of expertise in writing grant proposals. The experts within the Governor's Grants Office will be able to help increase the competitiveness of future grant applications. Another necessary element is the creation of the online dashboard to provide transparency throughout the process, which will promote accountability and allow Marylanders to see in real time how their government is spending federal funds. I believe these efforts to establish centralized and permanent entity to manage and track federal funding will serve the benefit of the state for years to come." The senator also has a couple of amendments, which include adding MACO and MML as the entities who would be involved in the coordination, and then striking a line on earmarked federal funds because there aren't any. And so with that, I would be happy to like to ask for your favorable report and ask for any questions.
Any questions from members of the committee? Going once, going twice? Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much.
And last but not least, sorry? I'm sorry? No, that's what I'm going to, I'm going to tell what's.
Let me go get him.
See if he wants to come, yeah. Last but not least is Senator Gazzoni's bill. So we're trying to figure out if he wants us to go ahead with the witnesses before him or he wants to come in. Took him. The bill, I'm sorry, the bill number is, good question, it's 803. Senate Bill 803. Oh, here he is.
Oh, sorry about that, everyone. Trying to get a budget done. Yeah, come on up. Okay. This is 803, Drinking Driver Monitor Program, Monitor 3, established. So this is really follow-up onto something that the legislature, through joint chairman reports over the years, has been interested in. I think back to at least 19, if not before. We have expressed a concern in these reports, first I think asking for information, and then concern, and then we finally said, you know, we really want this established, and nothing effectively has occurred at this point, at least in terms of getting the ultimate conclusion of having this Monitor 3 position created. I will just read from the last, this would be 2021, where we wrote in the report, it is the intent of the General Assembly that a new grade 13 Monitor 3 classification be created for the DDMP monitors to mirror the career opportunities for the Division of Parole and Probation. And that's all this really does. This is a year's worth of discussion about this, and we'd like to see it accomplished, and this bill does that. Our panel is available. Lance, do you want to start, or whoever wants to start?
Yes, thank you, Chair Gazzoni, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lance Kilpatrick. I'm the Legislative and Political Director of AFSCME Council 3, representing approximately 30,000 state and higher education employees. As the Senator has stated, this has been a longer-running issue than one would have anticipated for what, in theory, would be a small thing. Drinking driver monitors are the parole and probation agents for those convicted of DUI, yet they have not been treated the same as their colleagues in P&P. When a drinking driving monitor is hired, they're at a level 1. Within 2.5 to 3.5 years, they are raised through a non-competitive process to a level 2, and then they stay. And there are, unless they want to become a supervisor, which we know not everybody wants to, they are there for the rest of their career, however long they should be. They don't get recognition for their experience, their expertise, their knowledge of the job going forward. I want to point out one thing which I thought in DPSCS's latest response to the General Assembly's inquiries regarding this issue, a statement that really was a head-scratcher for me. They noted that 61% of the resignations from DDMP monitors came from those with 15 or more years of experience over the last year plus. 15 or more years of experience. Now, to put in that amount of investment, you haven't yet gotten your full retirement benefit vesting yet, right? But yet you've put in that much time, and then you're leaving, and then to say, because of that, there's no need for a level 3 position, to me, strikes to be just the opposite. That if there was an actual pathway to go to a level 3, maybe these folks would have been incentivized to stay longer and perform that public service. I will let my members who have many years of experience talk about their experience and why they think this is a good bill today. I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Well, I was going to start off by saying good afternoon, but it's evening now. So good evening, Mr. Chair, Senator Gazzoni, and Vice Chair. Thank you, Senator Gazzoni, for the manufacturing of Senate Bill 803. My name is Keisha King. I'm a proud member of AFSCME Local 3661. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to stand in solidarity with my brothers and sisters who work for the Division of Parole and Probation's Drinking Driver Monitor Program, and we're more aptly known as DDMP monitors. On February 16, I was able to speak candidly with your colleagues during the Public Safety Administration Subcommittee session. I also had the opportunity to speak before Senator McCray during his committee session. But today, my message is still the same. DDMP monitors are tasked with engaging in the difficult but critical work of supervising high caseloads of probationers who are on probation for DUIs and DWIs. Currently, I supervise 180 DUI and DWI cases, and the numbers will only continue to increase because monitor vacancies is and continues to be a critical issue. So, Senators, it is my sincerest hope that you will all agree no employee wants to be stuck in a dead-end job. Agents in every other job classification statewide receive the benefit of career advancement to a senior level position, except for monitors. Monitors simply ask for a DDMP3 position to institute equal pay and equal value in the work monitors perform. Monitors do not fall under the classification of support or clerical staff, but within the same framework as agents. Monitors supervise caseloads, are officers of the court who require state certification to hold the position, work as state representatives alongside the state's attorney, judges, and other law enforcement and legal professionals in court proceedings. And believe me, Senators, this is a short list of the monitor's workflow process. Every year, DDMP monitors diligently and optimistically present to legislators in an effort to paint a vivid picture that the role of the DDMP Monitor 2 has failed to receive the support it needs to gain momentum for the creation of a DDMP3 senior level position. I would put this question to each of the senators present today. Would either committee member be okay with being placated to a role for 22 years and never afforded the opportunity to advance? If your answer is no, I ask that you take a moment to think about Bonnie Ball, a 24-year DDMP veteran who left this agency without her full 30-year retirement, feeling defeated and devalued for the lack of career advancement. So we ask that in good conscience, you each will support Senate Bill 803 for the creation of the DDMP3 senior level position. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm willing to answer.
Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, for the record, my name is Cynthia Phillips, and I'm a Drinking Driving Monitor 2, serving with the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services since June of 1999. I would like to thank Senator Gazzone for bringing this legislation forward. I have been a Drinking Driving Monitor 2 for longer than I can actually remember. I have put many years of my heart and soul into this job because for me it's personal. I have had friends and family die due to drunk drivers and alcohol and drug abuse. I have also had one of my offenders kill a 13-year-old whose mother is an advocate with shock trauma and victim impact panels in Harford and Cecil County. I love my job and I want to help. I love my job despite the number of caseloads which exceed well over 100 people that I have to handle, despite the incredible understaffing that our agency faces with vacant positions at almost 40% agency-wide, and despite the fact that there are days when I feel too overwhelmed by the amount of work I'm asked to take on. Despite all of this, I love my job and I want to keep doing it. The fact of the matter is that of all my years of experience and dedication, I feel unappreciated by the state. Parole and probation agents who I serve next to every day have a career ladder in place. Drinking driver monitors do not. You're hired as a drinking driver monitor 1. Within a few years, if you do your job well, you're promoted to a drinking driver 2, monitor 2, and then you're stuck unless you want to become a supervisor, which not all of us want to do this because we like working hands-on with the people. There should be a position in place that recognizes that those years of experience and expertise that we bring to the job should be acknowledged. We supervise more than just drunk drivers. Our cases are alcohol and any drug, and the background of the probationer cannot exceed 3 felonies within a 10-year period. We're supervising probationers who fall victim to the epidemic of opioid abuse. Passing this legislation would create a drinking driving monitor 3 position. A senior position would go towards acknowledging the respect that our dedication deserves. With so many challenges put before us, sometimes a little respect and appreciation is what we need, and showing that by doing something like this legislation is what we need. Thank you for listening to me, and please pass this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the panel?
Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for sticking it out today. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
that
you,
concludes
Chair.
the hearing on this bill, and that concludes our hearings for today. Thank you very much.